Welcome, weary traveler. Take a deep breath with me now, in through your nose, and out through your mouth. Let that breath carry away any tension you've been holding. We're going on a journey together tonight, to a place far from the noise and demands of the world. A place where time moves differently, where rest comes easily, where the only thing asked of you is to listen, breathe, and let go. Picture yourself on a narrow mountain road as afternoon fades into early evening. You've been driving for some time, climbing higher and higher into the mountains. The road winds back and forth, hugging the curves of the mountainside. Through your windows, you can see dense forests of pine and fir, their branches heavy with needles that shimmer dark green in the fading light. The air up here is different. Even inside your car, you can sense it, cooler, cleaner, carrying the scent of evergreen and stone and something else. Something fresh and promising. The smell that comes before rain. You glance up through your windshield at the sky. It's changed over the last hour of your drive. What began as clear blue has transformed into something more complex, more interesting. Clouds have gathered, not the wispy white clouds of fair weather, but substantial clouds, heavy and full. They're layered in shades of grey, light silver at their edges, deepening to charcoal at their centres. These are rain clouds, and they hang low over the mountains, so low that the highest peaks have disappeared into them completely. The light has taken on that particular quality that comes before a storm. Everything seems more vivid, more present. The greens of the forest are deeper, richer. The browns of tree bark stand out in sharp relief. Even the grey stones along the roadside seem to glow with an inner light. It's as though the world is holding its breath, waiting. You're getting close now. The cabin is just ahead, around the next curve or perhaps the one after that. You've been thinking about this place for days, looking forward to this retreat, this escape into the mountains. A small cabin, remote and simple, where you can be alone with your thoughts. Or better yet, alone without your thoughts. Just silence, solitude, and the sounds of the forest. The road narrows further, becoming little more than 2 gravel tracks with grass growing between them. Your car bumps gently over the uneven surface. Branches reach out from either side, their needles brushing against your windows with soft whisking sounds. You slow down, taking your time. There's no hurry here. Hurry belongs to the world you've left behind, down in the valley, in the towns and cities that seem very far away now. Then you see it. Through a gap in the trees, a small clearing appears. And there, nestled at the edge of the clearing with the forest rising behind it and the mountain slopes stretching above, is the cabin. It's smaller than you remembered, but somehow that makes it more perfect, more intimate, more exactly what you need. The cabin is built of weathered wood, logs that have aged to a soft grey-brown. The roof is peaked and covered in dark shingles. There's a small porch across the front, with 2 steps leading up to a simple wooden door. On either side of the door, windows glow with the faintest hint of golden light. Someone has been here before you, lighting a lamp or perhaps some candles, making sure the cabin would be ready and welcoming. You pull your car to a stop at the edge of the clearing and turn off the engine. The sudden silence is profound. You sit for a moment, just breathing, just being still. Through your windows, you can hear the wind picking up, moving through the pines with a sound like distant ocean waves. That long, sustained sh that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. And then you hear it. The first drops of rain. They're tentative at first, scattered, tapping on the roof of your car with soft, irregular beats. Tap, 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 as if the sky is testing, checking, making sure it's time. Then a few more drops. And a few more. The rain is beginning. You smile. Perfect timing. You've arrived just as the storm is arriving, and now you'll be inside, safe and warm and dry, while the rain does its ancient work outside. You gather your small bag from the passenger seat. You've packed light, bringing only what you need, and open the car door. The cool air rushes in immediately, and with it comes the scent of rain on dry earth. That distinctive, beloved smell that humans have treasured for thousands of years. Petrichor, it's called. The smell of rain on soil. It speaks to something deep in your DNA, some ancient part of your brain that remembers when rain meant survival, meant life, meant everything. You step out of the car and stand for a moment in the clearing, your face turned up to the sky. The rain is gentle still, just beginning its work. Drops land on your cheeks, cool and soft. They catch in your hair. You can feel them on your hands, on your arms. The forest around you seems to sigh with relief, welcoming the rain. The pines shiver slightly, their needles trembling. The earth beneath your feet, dry from weeks of warm weather, begins to darken as it absorbs the first moisture. Above you, the clouds are even lower now, rolling and shifting. You can see the rain within them, grey veils of water falling from cloud to earth. The storm is vast, stretching from horizon to horizon. You are standing at the edge of something immense and ancient, something that has been happening since the beginning of weather, since the first rains fell on the first mountains billions of years ago. But you won't be standing in it. You'll be inside, sheltered, listening to it from safety and comfort. The thought fills you with a deep satisfaction. You pick up your bag, close the car door, and walk toward the cabin. The gravel crunches softly under your feet. The rain is picking up now, falling more steadily, making a gentle pattering sound on the leaves, on the ground, on the roof of the cabin ahead. You climb the 2 wooden steps to the porch. They're solid under your weight, barely creaking. The porch is small but covered, protected by the overhang of the roof. Already you're out of the rain, though you can hear it drumming on the boards above your head. The door is unlocked. This far from anywhere, locks seem unnecessary. You turn the handle, cool metal, smooth and worn from years of use, and push the door open. It swings inward smoothly, with only the slightest groan of hinges. Warm air flows out to meet you, and with it, the scent of wood smoke and beeswax and old wood. You step inside, crossing the threshold from outside to in, from movement to stillness, from the world to this small sanctuary. Behind you, the rain continues to fall, and ahead of you, the cabin waits, warm and welcoming, ready to shelter you through the storm. You close the door softly behind you with a gentle, final click. The outside world is shut away now. There is only this, the cabin, the rain, the coming night, and the deep rest you've come here to find. Let yourself arrive fully. Let your shoulders drop. Let your breath deepen. You are here now. You are safe. The storm is beginning, and you are exactly where you need to be. You stand just inside the door for a long moment, letting your eyes adjust to the dimmer light, letting your body understand that it has arrived, that the journey is over, that rest can begin. The cabin is a single large room with a sleeping loft visible above, reached by a simple ladder against the far wall. But you won't need to explore the loft tonight. Everything you need is here on the main level. The floor is made of wide wooden planks, worn smooth by decades of footsteps. They're slightly uneven, warped here and there by time and weather, but solid and strong. As you take your first steps into the room, they creak gently beneath your weight. It's a friendly sound, a welcoming sound. The cabin is acknowledging your presence, saying hello in its own language of wood and nails and time. The air inside is several degrees warmer than outside, and you realize there are embers still glowing in the fireplace. Someone has been here recently, perhaps just hours ago, laying a fire and lighting candles to prepare the space for your arrival. The coals are banked, glowing a deep orange red when you look at them directly, pulsing slightly as air moves across them. They provide a subtle warmth that takes the chill off the air without making the room stuffy or hot. Your eyes are drawn to the candles. There are more than you expected, scattered throughout the room in a constellation of small flames. 3 thick pillar candles sit on the wooden mantel above the fireplace. 2 taper candles burn in brass holders on a small dining table near the window. A fat candle in a glass jar flickers on a shelf. Another sits on a wooden crate beside what appears to be the only chair, a large leather armchair positioned at an angle to both the fireplace and the main window. The candlelight is extraordinary. It doesn't simply illuminate the space, it transforms it. The light is warm and golden, alive and moving. Each candle creates its own sphere of glow, its own pool of amber radiance that pushes back against the darkness without entirely defeating it. The shadows aren't harsh or frightening but soft and gentle, swaying slightly as the flames dance. The whole room seems to breathe with light, expanding and contracting ever so slightly as the candles flicker. You set your bag down beside the door and move deeper into the room, drawn by the warmth, by the light, by the sense of peace that emanates from every corner. Your footsteps are slow, almost reverent. There's something about this space that invites quiet, that encourages stillness. It's a place that has known rest, that has sheltered people through many nights, many storms. You can feel the accumulated peace of all those nights somehow present in the walls, in the floor, in the very air you're breathing. The main window dominates the wall facing the clearing. It's large, probably 4 feet wide and 5 feet tall, with multiple panes held in place by wooden muntins. Through it, you can see the rain falling more steadily now. The light outside has dimmed to a deep twilight grey. The trees at the edge of the clearing are darkening, becoming silhouettes, their details fading into the gathering dusk. Rain streams down the window panes in irregular rivulets, catching the candlelight from inside the cabin and transforming it. Each stream of water becomes a thin line of gold, wandering down the glass, merging with other streams, breaking apart, reuniting. It's mesmerizing to watch. The patterns never repeat. Each moment brings a new configuration, a new dance of water and light. You move to the window and stand close to it, looking out. The rain is visible now as a grey curtain between the cabin and the forest. You can see individual drops streaking past, backlit by the last remnants of daylight. They fall at angles, driven by the wind, which is picking up. You can hear it now more clearly, moaning softly around the corners of the cabin, rustling through the pines with that endless sound. The temperature is dropping outside. You can feel it even through the window glass, a coolness radiating from the pane. It makes the warmth inside feel even more precious, even more comforting. The contrast is delicious. Out there, rain, wind, cold, darkness gathering. In here, warmth, light, shelter, safety. You place your palm flat against the window glass. It's cool to the touch, almost cold. You can feel the tiny vibrations as raindrops strike it. Tap, 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 tap. A gentle percussion, random yet somehow rhythmic. Your hand leaves a print on the glass, a ghost of warmth that fades quickly in the cool air. Turning away from the window, you survey the rest of the cabin more carefully. The furnishings are simple but sufficient. Besides the leather armchair, there's a small kitchen area along one wall, an old-fashioned hand pump at a deep sink, open shelves holding mismatched dishes and cups, a small wooden countertop. A narrow bed is tucked against the opposite wall, covered with what appears to be a handmade quilt in shades of blue and cream. The table near the window has two simple wooden chairs pushed in on either side. But it's the armchair that draws you. It's positioned perfectly, angled so that someone sitting in it can see both the fireplace and the window, can feel the warmth of the embers and watch the rain fall. The leather is old and cracked in places, softened by years of use. It's a deep brown, almost the color of dark chocolate. Someone has draped a thick wool blanket over its back, cream-colored with thin stripes in gray and rust. You move toward the chair, and as you do, you become aware of the sounds of the cabin. Not just the rain, though that's certainly the dominant sound now, drumming steadily on the roof. But underneath and around the rain, there are other sounds. The soft crackle of embers in the fireplace, the gentle hiss of candle flames, the creak of floorboards under your feet, the subtle groan of the cabin itself as wind pushes against it. The cabin is alive with small sounds, a symphony of wood and weather and fire, and threading through all of it, constant and soothing, is the sound of rain. On the roof, on the windows, on the ground outside, on the trees. Everywhere, the rain is falling, creating a blanket of white noise that seems to absorb all tension, all worry, all the accumulated stress of daily life. You reach the armchair and run your hand along its back. The leather is cool and smooth under your fingers. You can feel the slight texture of it, the patterns of wear and use. How many people have sat in this chair? You wonder. How many evenings has it held someone seeking rest, seeking quiet, seeking the peace that comes from being alone in a wild place while a storm passes over? Now it's your turn. Your turn to sink into this chair, to wrap yourself in that wool blanket, to sit in the candlelight and listen to the rain and let go of everything you've been carrying. Your turn to be held by this place, to be sheltered by these walls, to be serenaded by the storm. But not quite yet. First, you want to prepare the space a little more. You want to make it exactly right. You move to the fireplace and kneel before it. The stone hearth is cool under your knees. The embers glow more brightly as you look at them, responding to the slight increase in airflow. You can feel the heat radiating from them, warming your face and hands. There's a small stack of firewood beside the fireplace, split logs of pine and fir, along with some kindling and a basket of what appears to be pine cones, perfect for fire starting. But you don't need a big fire tonight. The embers are enough, providing just the right amount of warmth without overheating the small space. You simply adjust them slightly with an iron poker that hangs on the stone, spreading them a bit more evenly, making sure they'll continue to glow steadily through the night. As you do this, sparks rise up the chimney in a brief, bright swirl. The embers pulse orange and red, the colors of sunset, of autumn, of warmth and life. You watch them for a moment, hypnotized by their glow, by the ancient magic of fire that has comforted humans since the beginning of time. Fire and shelter, the two oldest needs, the two deepest comforts. And tonight you have both. You stand and move to check the candles, making sure they're positioned safely, that they have plenty of wax left to burn through the long night ahead. Each one is different. The pillars on the mantel are cream-colored beeswax, their surface slightly textured, their scent honey-sweet when you lean close. The tapers on the table are white, elegant and simple. The jar candle is vanilla, you discover, its scent subtle but warming. The candles are arranged almost like a ritual, you think, or like sentinels standing watch. They mark the space, define it, create small zones of light in the larger darkness. Between them the shadows pool and gather, but they're comfortable shadows, the kind that invite rest rather than creating unease. You're ready now. The space is prepared. The fire glows. The candles burn. The rain falls steadily, its percussion growing louder as the storm intensifies. Outside, the world is wet and wild. Inside, everything is warm and still and waiting. You move to the armchair and lower yourself into it slowly, feeling it receive your weight, feeling the leather embrace you. It's even more comfortable than it looked. The seat is deep, allowing you to sit fully back. The arms are at exactly the right height to rest your forearms. The back supports your spine perfectly. It's as though this chair was made for you, though you know it's simply been worn into this perfect shape by many bodies over many years. You reach back and pull the wool blanket from where it's draped over the chair. It's heavy and soft, woven in a simple pattern. You unfold it and spread it over your lap, then pull it up to your waist. The wool has weight and warmth, and immediately you feel more settled, more grounded, more ready to rest. From here, you can see everything. The window with its rain-streaked glass, the fireplace with its glowing embers, the candles with their dancing flames, the door, closed firmly against the storm, the cabin wrapped around you like cupped hands, holding you safe. You take a deep breath, the deepest breath you've taken all day, in through your nose, filling your lungs completely. Hold for a moment, then out through your mouth, slow and controlled, releasing everything. Tension flows out of your shoulders, your neck, your jaw. Your body sinks more heavily into the chair. Your mind begins to quiet, to slow, to settle like sediment drifting down through water. The rain drums on. The candles flicker. The embers glow. And you rest, finally rest, in this perfect moment of shelter and storm, safety and wildness, solitude and peace. This is where your night begins. This is where you let go. This is where rest finds you, and you welcome it with gratitude and relief. The storm has come, and you are ready for it, ready to listen, to breathe, to drift, to sleep. The cabin will hold you. The rain will sing to you, and the night will unfold slowly, gently, carrying you deeper and deeper into rest with every passing moment. Let yourself settle now. Let the chair support you completely. Let the blanket warm you. Let the rain fill your ears with its ancient lullaby. You are exactly where you need to be, doing exactly what you need to do, which is nothing at all. The rain has found its rhythm now. What began as tentative drops has developed into a steady, confident downpour. It drums on the roof above you with a consistency that is both complex and unified, thousands of individual drops creating a single, continuous sound. If you listen closely, you can hear the variations in pitch depending on where the rain is falling. The highest notes come from the peak of the roof, where drops hit the ridge and bounce off. The middle tones come from the main expanse of shingles. The lowest, most resonant sounds come from the edges, where rain cascades off the eaves and falls the longer distance to the ground below. You settle more deeply into the armchair, adjusting your position slightly until you find that perfect spot where every part of your body is supported. Your head rests against the high back of the chair, cradled comfortably. Your spine aligns naturally with the chair's contours. Your arms lie heavily on the armrests, your hands draped over the ends, completely relaxed. Your legs are extended slightly, feet resting flat on the floor, and the wool blanket covers you from waist to knees, its weight gentle and reassuring. Through the window, you watch the rain falling in visible sheets now. The last of the daylight has nearly gone, leaving only a deep blue-grey glow on the horizon. The forest is a mass of dark shapes, the individual trees losing their definition as night settles over the mountain. But you can still see the rain, illuminated somehow by that last bit of ambient light, or perhaps by the lightning that occasionally flickers in the distance, too far away for you to hear the thunder, just bright enough to make the rain visible for a moment as it falls. The raindrops on the window have merged into streams now, rivers of water running down the glass. They catch the candlelight from inside the cabin and transform it, creating moving patterns of gold and amber. Some streams are thick and fast, racing from top to bottom. Others are thin and hesitant, meandering side to side. They merge and separate, in an endless dance that you could watch for hours without growing bored. Your breathing has naturally slowed to match the rhythm of the rain. You weren't consciously trying to do this. It simply happened, the way breathing always adjusts to the environment without thought or effort. In through your nose, slow and steady, filling your lungs with the cool, clean air of the cabin. A brief pause at the top of the breath, then out through slightly parted lips, even slower than the inhale, releasing everything, letting go completely. The exhale seems to carry with it not just air, but also tension, worry, the accumulated noise of your daily life. The rain is so steady now, so reliable, that it creates a kind of white noise. It fills all the frequencies of sound, from the high pattering on the roof to the low gurgle of water flowing through the gutters. This wall of sound has a remarkable effect on your mind. Thoughts that were circling when you first arrived, plans, concerns, memories, the mental chatter that usually accompanies you everywhere, these thoughts are being absorbed by the sound of rain. They arise, drift for a moment, then dissolve back into the steady percussion of water on wood and stone. You become aware of the subtle sounds within the cabin, the quiet symphony that plays beneath the dominant voice of the rain. The embers in the fireplace shift slightly with a soft whisper, releasing a small puff of smoke that rises up the chimney. One of the candles on the mantel gutters briefly, its flame dipping low, then recovering, growing tall again. The wax around the wick has melted into a small pool, and occasionally a tiny air bubble trapped in the wax releases with the faintest hiss. The cabin itself makes sounds. The wooden beams in the ceiling creak very softly as they adjust to the moisture in the air, to the temperature differential between inside and outside. The floorboards settle with almost imperceptible groans. These are not alarming sounds, quite the opposite. They're the sounds of a structure that is alive in its way, breathing with the weather, responding to the storm, doing what it was built to do: provide shelter, maintain integrity, stand firm against wind and rain. The wind gusts, and you hear it first in the trees, a rising rush of sound as it moves through the pine boughs. Then it hits the cabin, pressing against the walls, sliding over the roof. The rain it carries drums harder for a few moments, more insistent, more urgent. But the cabin doesn't yield. The walls stand solid. The roof holds. Inside, you feel nothing but the slight change in air pressure, the subtle awareness that outside is wilder than before, which only makes inside feel safer, more protected. The gust passes, and the rain returns to its baseline rhythm. The wind settles back into its steady flow. Everything finds its equilibrium again. This is the pattern of storms, you realize. Not a single constant intensity, but waves of greater and lesser force, surges and subsidings, like breathing on a vast scale. The storm inhales and exhales, builds and releases, pushes and yields. And you, safe inside, can simply observe these cycles without being affected by them. Your eyelids are growing heavier. Each blink takes a fraction of a second longer than the one before. The candlelight seems softer now, or perhaps your vision is softening, the sharp edges of things becoming gentler, more blurred. The dancing shadows on the walls move more slowly, or maybe time itself is slowing, stretching, becoming less linear and more fluid. You let your gaze drift from the window to the fireplace. The embers have settled into a steady glow, a deep orange-red that pulses almost imperceptibly with each tiny movement of air. Occasionally, a flame licks up from the coals, small, blue at its base, yellow at its tip, dances for a moment, then subsides back into the ember glow. These small flames are hypnotic to watch. They appear without warning, exist briefly, disappear completely. Ephemeral, beautiful, like thoughts themselves. The warmth from the embers reaches across the room to where you sit. It's not intense heat, just a gentle radiance that takes the chill out of the air. Combined with the warmth of the wool blanket over your lap, it creates perfect comfort. You're neither too hot nor too cold, but precisely in that narrow band of temperature where the body can completely relax, where it doesn't need to work to maintain itself, where all its energy can be directed toward rest and restoration. You become aware of how quiet your mind has become. The usual mental activity, the planning, the remembering, the analyzing, the constant narration of experience, has diminished to almost nothing. Thoughts still arise, but they're slow and sparse, like leaves falling from a tree in autumn. One drifts across your awareness, the observation that you're comfortable. Another, the recognition of how beautiful the rain sounds. Another, a fleeting memory of another storm, long ago. But these thoughts don't hook you. They don't pull you into engagement or elaboration. They simply appear, exist briefly, and fade away, absorbed back into the sound of rain. This is what peace feels like, you think, or perhaps feel rather than think. This quieting of the mental noise. This settling into the present moment. This release of the need to be anywhere else or do anything else. Just being here, just listening, just breathing, just letting the rain fall and the candles burn and the night deepen around you. The rain on the roof creates patterns within its overall steadiness. Sometimes it's a pure drumming, each drop distinct. Sometimes it merges into a rushing sound, like wind or like water flowing over stones. Sometimes you can hear individual drops more clearly, the ones hitting the metal stovepipe that rises from the fireplace through the roof, creating a slightly higher, more metallic ping, or the drops hitting the windowsill just outside the glass, making a softer, more muted tap. These variations keep the sound interesting without ever becoming jarring or disturbing. You shift slightly in the chair, adjusting the blanket, finding an even more comfortable position. Your body is learning to trust the chair completely, to release all effort, to become heavy and soft. Your shoulders drop away from your ears. Your jaw unclenches. You hadn't even realized it was clenched until now. The muscles around your eyes soften. Your tongue rests gently against the roof of your mouth. Your hands lie palm up on the armrests, fingers slightly curled, completely loose. This is the body's natural state, you realize. This relaxation, this openness, this ease. But modern life so rarely allows it. There's always something to do, somewhere to be, something to worry about. The body learns to hold tension as its default state, always ready to respond, to react, to defend. But here now, in this cabin, during this storm, there's nothing to defend against, nothing to respond to. The rain gives you permission to simply be, to stop doing, to rest as deeply as the earth rests beneath the falling water. Outside, the rain continues its ancient work. It's soaking into the ground, nourishing the roots of the pine trees, filling the small mountain streams, washing the dust from the air, cleansing the world. Rain is a gift to the earth, and the sound of rain is a gift to you, a reminder that rest and renewal are natural, necessary, built into the cycles of nature itself. The candles have burned down slightly since you first sat down. Small pools of melted wax surround each wick now, and the flames float in these pools, stable and centered. The light they cast is even more golden than before, more concentrated. The shadows in the corners of the cabin have deepened, but they're not threatening. They're restful, inviting, offering places for your mind to settle, to nest, to stop its constant movement. A heavier gust of wind arrives, and with it comes a surge in the rain. The drumming on the roof intensifies, becomes almost aggressive for a moment. But even this is not threatening. It's just the storm expressing itself more forcefully, the way a song might crescendo before falling back to its quieter melody. The cabin absorbs the impact easily. The walls stand firm. The roof holds without strain, and you remain completely comfortable, completely safe, simply noticing the change in intensity, observing it without anxiety. The surge passes. The rain gentles again, returning to its steady baseline. The wind settles. You take a deep breath, not because you need to, but because it feels good. The air fills your lungs, cool and clean, carrying the faint scent of rain through some small gap in the cabin's weatherproofing. You hold the breath for a moment, savoring it, then release it slowly, completely, feeling your body sink even more heavily into the chair. Your eyelids drift closed, not because you've decided to close them, but because they've simply become too heavy to keep open. The darkness behind your eyelids is not complete. You can still sense the warm glow of the candles, a general amber illumination that penetrates your closed lids. It's comforting, this awareness of light even in darkness. It tells you that you're not alone, that the candles are still burning their steady vigil, that the cabin is still holding you. With your eyes closed, your hearing seems to sharpen. The rain becomes even more textured, even more complex. You can distinguish between the rain falling on the roof directly overhead and the rain falling on the ground around the cabin. You can hear water dripping from the eaves, a steady, rhythmic plop, 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 as drops fall from the same spot, landing in the same puddle below. You can hear the gurgle of water flowing through the gutters, finding its way along the channels designed to carry it safely away from the foundation. And beneath all these sounds, or perhaps woven through them, you can hear the wind in the forest, that long, sustained as it moves through millions of pine needles. It sounds almost like the ocean, like waves pulling back from a shore. It's a sound that could go on forever, a sound that contains multitudes, a sound that your brain doesn't need to process or analyze, but can simply receive, like a gift. You're drifting now, floating in that space between waking and sleeping where thoughts become dreamlike, where time loses its meaning, where the boundary between self and surroundings becomes permeable. You're still aware of the chair supporting you, the blanket warming you, the rain surrounding you. But you're also somewhere else, somewhere deeper, where these sensations exist without words, without concepts, just as pure experience. The rain falls on. The candles burn. Your breath flows in and out. And you rest, deeply and completely, held by the cabin, serenaded by the storm, settling into the long, peaceful night ahead. Time has become something different here in the cabin. It no longer moves in the linear, measured way you're used to. Instead, it pools and eddies, stretches and compresses, becomes as fluid as the rain that falls outside. You have no idea how long you've been sitting in this chair. It could be 20 minutes or 2 hours. The question itself seems irrelevant, a concern from another life, another way of being. Here, there is only now, only this breath, only this moment of rain and warmth and deepening rest. Your body has settled so completely into the chair that you can barely feel the boundary between yourself and it. The leather has warmed from your body heat, conforming perfectly to your shape. The wool blanket has created a cocoon of warmth around your lower body. Your arms rest heavily on the armrests, your hands completely limp. If you tried to lift your arm right now, not that you have any desire to, it would feel as though it weighed 100 pounds. This heaviness is delicious. It's the weight of deep relaxation, the physical manifestation of letting go. The rain continues its multi-layered symphony. The dominant sound is still the steady drumming on the roof, that constant, reliable percussion that has become the baseline of your existence. But within and around this drumming, there are so many other sounds. The splash of water hitting the wooden porch outside the door, the trickle of overflow from the gutters, creating small waterfalls at the corners of the cabin, the soft patter of rain filtering through the pine boughs before reaching the ground. Each sound is distinct if you focus on it, but together they create a wash of white noise that is extraordinarily soothing to your nervous system. Scientists would tell you that white noise helps people sleep because it masks other sounds that might wake them. But there's something more than that happening here. The rain is not just masking sound, it's providing a kind of auditory anchor, a steady reference point that allows your mind to stop its constant scanning, its perpetual alertness. With the rain filling every frequency, occupying every wavelength of hearing, there's no space left for the usual mental chatter. The rain crowds out worry, drowns anxiety, washes away the endless internal monologue that usually accompanies waking consciousness. You become aware of your face, of how much tension you habitually hold there without realizing it. The muscles around your eyes, always slightly contracted to keep your eyelids at exactly the right position. The muscles in your forehead, creating tiny furrows of concentration or concern. The muscles around your mouth, maintaining some socially appropriate expression. All of these are releasing now, softening, letting go. Your face is becoming smooth, neutral, completely relaxed. This is what your face looks like when no one is watching, when there's no need to communicate or express or maintain any particular appearance. It's the face of deep rest, of complete peace. Through your closed eyelids, you're still aware of the candlelight, a warm, amber glow that pulses almost imperceptibly as the flames dance. It's comforting to know the candles are still burning, still keeping their vigil. They're like silent companions, asking nothing, simply being present, offering their light and warmth. How long will they burn? It doesn't matter. They'll burn as long as they burn, and when they gutter out, the darkness will be just as comfortable, just as safe. The temperature in the cabin is perfect. The embers in the fireplace have settled into a steady, slow burn, providing just enough heat to keep the chill at bay. The rain outside has cooled the air, but inside you're warm and comfortable, neither too hot nor too cold. Your body doesn't need to work to regulate its temperature. It can simply exist in this narrow band of perfect comfort, directing all its energy toward rest and restoration and healing. Your breathing has become so slow and so subtle that you have to pay close attention to even notice it. There's a long, gentle inhale, so gradual that it seems to take forever. Then a natural pause at the top, your lungs full, your body satisfied. Then an even longer exhale, releasing the air slowly, steadily, completely. Another pause at the bottom, your lungs empty, your body still and quiet. Then the cycle begins again, without any effort or intention on your part. Your body knows how to breathe. It's been doing it since the moment you were born. You don't need to help it or control it or think about it. You can simply observe it, or even better, simply allow it to happen without observation, without awareness, without any attention at all. The rain shifts slightly in character. It's still falling steadily, but now there's a different quality to it, softer perhaps, or more diffuse. The drops seem smaller, more numerous, creating a sound that is less like drumming and more like static, like the sound of a distant waterfall, like the wind through tall grass. This is the sound of rain that has settled in for the night, rain that isn't going anywhere, rain that will fall for hours yet, perhaps until dawn, perhaps beyond. There's something deeply satisfying about this knowledge. You won't have to go anywhere. You won't have to do anything. The rain has given you permission. Even more than permission, it has given you a mandate to stay exactly where you are, to remain exactly as you are, for as long as the storm lasts. And the storm, you sense, will last a long time, long enough for you to rest completely, long enough for every tired cell in your body to restore itself, long enough for your mind to empty itself of all the accumulated debris it's been carrying. You notice how quiet your thoughts have become. Earlier, when you first arrived, your mind was still active, observing, commenting, remembering, planning. But now, there's almost nothing. Occasionally, a thought will drift across your awareness like a leaf floating on a stream. But these thoughts have no weight, no urgency, no hook that catches your attention. They simply appear and disappear, leaving no trace, affecting nothing. Your mind is becoming like the surface of a still pond at night, dark and smooth, reflecting nothing, absorbing everything. The cabin creaks softly, a long, slow sound as one of the beams adjusts to the moisture in the air. It's a comforting sound, a sound that speaks of shelter and solidity and strength. This cabin has stood through countless storms. It has weathered winter blizzards that piled snow 6 feet deep on its roof. It has endured spring downpours that turned the mountain into a cascade of water. It has held firm against autumn winds that tore branches from trees and sent them tumbling down the mountainside. And tonight, it stands for you, shelters you, protects you from the elements with the same patient, enduring strength it has shown for decades. You become aware of the sound of your own heartbeat, not as something you're listening for, but as a presence you can feel more than hear, a slow, steady pulse in your chest, in your throat, in the tips of your fingers where they rest on the leather. Your heart is beating so slowly now, so calmly. Each beat is strong and sure, pumping blood through your body without any hurry, without any stress. Your cardiovascular system has downshifted into its rest mode, conserving energy, directing resources toward healing and restoration rather than action and alertness. The rain outside seems to have its own heartbeat, its own pulse. There's a rhythm to it that you can't quite define, a pattern that exists just below the level of conscious perception. It's not regular like a metronome, but it's not entirely random either. It's organic, natural, the way waves on a beach have rhythm without being perfectly predictable. Your heartbeat and the rain's rhythm are syncing somehow, finding a common tempo, beating together in the darkness. One of the candles on the mantel sputters softly. The flame dips, wavers, then recovers, burning bright for a moment before settling back to its steady glow. A thin trail of smoke rises from the wick, curling and twisting as it ascends toward the ceiling. You watch it with half-closed eyes, mesmerized by its graceful movement. The smoke is visible only where the candlelight catches it, appearing suddenly from nothing, existing briefly as a pale grey ribbon, then disappearing again into the darker air above. Your mind drifts to thoughts of all the storms that have passed over this mountain, over this cabin, over this very spot where you now sit. Thousands of storms, tens of thousands perhaps, stretching back through decades and centuries. Each one different in its details, but the same in its essence. Water falling from sky to earth, the ancient cycle of evaporation and precipitation, the endless movement of moisture through the atmosphere. You are part of this now, part of this timeless pattern. Your presence here, listening to the rain, is the latest iteration of something that has been happening since humans first sought shelter from weather. The thought connects you to something vast, something that transcends your individual life. You are a single point in a long continuum of human experience. How many people have sat like this, listening to rain fall on a roof, feeling grateful for shelter, settling into the deep peace that comes from being protected from the storm? Millions, certainly. Billions, perhaps. From the earliest humans huddling in caves to you, here, now, in this mountain cabin, the experience is fundamentally the same. Shelter and storm, safety and wildness, the profound comfort of being inside while the weather does its work outside. This realization doesn't make you feel small or insignificant. Instead, it makes you feel connected, part of something larger than yourself. Your rest tonight is not just your own rest. It's a participation in the ancient human practice of taking refuge, of allowing the body to restore itself, of trusting in shelter and in the passing of storms. You are doing what humans have always done, what they will continue to do for as long as rain falls and shelters stand. The wool blanket has shifted slightly, sliding down a bit. Without opening your eyes, without fully emerging from your half-sleeping state, you adjust it, pulling it back up to your waist. The wool is warm now from your body heat, and moving it releases a small puff of air that carries the scent of lanolin and cedar. The blanket settles into its new position, its weight comfortable and reassuring across your lap and legs. Your feet have gone completely numb, not from cold or poor circulation, but from the depth of your relaxation. They're still there, still connected to your body, but you can barely feel them. They've become distant, remote, as though they belong to someone else. This spreading numbness is a sign of how deeply you've let go, how completely your nervous system has shifted into its parasympathetic mode, the rest and digest state that allows true restoration to occur. The rain continues, and you continue, breathing slowly, resting deeply, drifting in that liminal space between waking and sleeping. You're not quite asleep. You're still aware of the rain, the candlelight, the warmth of the chair and the blanket. But you're not quite awake either. You're somewhere in between, in that threshold state that is both and neither, that allows the deepest rest without the complete unconsciousness of sleep. Time stretches. The moment extends. The rain falls. And you rest, held by the chair, sheltered by the cabin, serenaded by the storm, sinking deeper and deeper into peace with every breath, every heartbeat, every drop of rain that falls on the roof above your head. There is nowhere else to be, nothing else to do. Only this: rest, rain, darkness, warmth, peace. Only this perfect, eternal now. A candlelit rainstorm in a remote mountain cabin. In this deepened state of rest, your awareness expands beyond the immediate confines of the cabin. You become conscious of the forest surrounding you, the vast network of trees standing in the rain, receiving the water with what seems like gratitude. The pines and firs that ring the cabin clearing are ancient. Some of them have been growing here for 100 years or more. They've seen countless storms, absorbed countless rains, stood witness to the passing of seasons and years and decades. You can hear them now, more clearly than before. The rain filtering through their branches creates a sound distinct from the rain hitting the cabin roof. It's softer, more diffuse, a gentle shushing as drops pass through layer after layer of needles before finally reaching the forest floor. The needles themselves make tiny sounds as raindrops land on them, thousands upon thousands of minute taps, too small to hear individually, but creating together a texture of sound that is both complex and soothing. The trees are swaying in the wind, their trunks creaking softly, their branches rubbing against each other. These are not sounds of distress, but of flexibility, of adaptation. The trees know how to move with the wind rather than resist it. They bend and sway, giving just enough to avoid breaking, then returning to center when the gust passes. They've been doing this for so long, have developed such wisdom about how to stand in storms, that their movements seem almost conscious, almost intentional. You imagine the roots of these trees, spreading out beneath the forest floor, some shallow and wide, others driving deep into the earth, seeking water and stability. The rain is soaking into the ground now, penetrating the layer of pine needles and decomposing vegetation, seeping down through the soil, reaching those roots, nourishing them. The trees are drinking deeply, storing this water against future dry spells, using it to maintain the slow, patient work of growing, of living, of standing firm against whatever weather comes. There's a creek somewhere in the forest. You can't see it from the cabin, but you can hear it faintly beneath the other sounds. It must have been just a trickle before the rain started, a thin stream finding its way between stones, barely flowing. But now, swollen with runoff from the storm, it's rushing and gurgling, making itself known. The sound is distant but distinct, a lower register beneath the higher patter of rain, a bass note supporting the melody. You think about where that water is going. Down the mountain, following the path of least resistance, joining with other streams, eventually finding its way to a river, then perhaps to the ocean, where it will evaporate and rise into the atmosphere and form clouds and fall again as rain on some other mountain, in some other forest, creating shelter sounds for some other person seeking rest. The water is on a journey that never ends, a cycle that has been repeating since the beginning of the world. And you are part of this cycle now, listening to one moment in the endless movement of water from earth to sky and back again. Your breathing has synchronized with something, not just the rain, but the forest itself. The trees are breathing too, in their way, taking in carbon dioxide, releasing oxygen, drawing water up from their roots, releasing it as vapor from their needles. The forest breathes, and you breathe, and the rain falls, and everything is connected in this quiet, profound exchange of elements and energy. The cabin feels even more like a living thing now, not separate from the forest but part of it. Built from trees that once stood nearby, its wood returning to wood, shelter created from the substance of the forest itself. The cabin is the forest's gift to you, protection made from the very thing you're being protected from. The trees that became these walls and this roof once stood in storms themselves. Now, transformed into shelter, they continue their work of standing firm, of providing safety, of being a place of refuge. You sense the mountain beneath and around you, solid and ancient beyond comprehension. This mountain was here long before the first trees took root, long before the first humans walked these slopes. It will be here long after you're gone, long after this cabin has crumbled back into the earth, long after these particular trees have fallen and decomposed and been replaced by new generations. The mountain operates on a time scale that makes human life seem like the briefest flicker. And yet, here you are, resting on its shoulder, held by its immensity, cradled in this small cabin on this one night of rain. The thought is both humbling and comforting. Humbling because it reveals how small you are in the vast scope of geological time. Comforting because it suggests that your worries, your stresses, your daily concerns are equally small, equally temporary. The mountain doesn't care about your deadlines or your anxieties. It simply stands, patient and eternal, while weather passes over it and life unfolds on its slopes and time moves forward in its inexorable way. A stronger gust of wind arrives, and you hear it coming through the forest before it reaches the cabin. The sound moves through the trees like a wave, a rushing whoosh that grows louder as it approaches. Then it hits. The cabin rocks ever so slightly, so subtly you might not notice if you weren't in this heightened state of awareness. The rain against the windows intensifies, driven almost horizontal by the wind. The candle flames dance wildly, their shadows leaping across the walls. But the moment passes. The gust moves on, travelling down the mountain, disturbing other trees, other cabins perhaps, continuing its journey until it dissipates into the larger movement of air masses across the landscape, and the cabin settles back into stillness. The rain returns to its vertical fall. The candles steady. Everything finds its equilibrium again. This is the nature of storms. You realize with a clarity that feels almost like revelation. They are not constant, but composed of these waves, these surges of greater and lesser intensity. And this is true not just of weather, but of everything in life. Emotions rise and fall like this. Energy waxes and wanes. Nothing maintains perfect constancy. Everything pulses, everything breathes, everything moves in waves. Understanding this, you can relax even more deeply. You don't need to resist the surges when they come. You don't need to cling to the calm when it's here. You can simply allow the waves to pass through, the waves of wind and rain, the waves of thought and feeling, the waves of tension and relaxation. All of it passes. All of it is temporary. All of it is part of the natural rhythm of existence. Your body understands this already. Your heartbeat is a wave, systole and diastole, contraction and release. Your breath is a wave, inhale and exhale, filling and emptying. Every cell in your body is pulsing with tiny waves of electrical and chemical activity. You are not a solid, static thing, but a pattern of waves, a collection of rhythms, a symphony of cycles all happening simultaneously. And tonight, all of these internal waves are slowing, deepening, coming into harmony with the slower, deeper rhythms of the storm, the forest, the mountain. Your quick, daily rhythms are subsiding into something more fundamental, more primal. You are entraining to the pace of the natural world, which moves more slowly than the human world, which operates on longer cycles, which has more patience. The rain has been falling for how long now? You've lost all sense of duration. It feels like it's been raining for hours, but it might have been only minutes. Or perhaps it's been raining forever and will rain forevermore. Time has become meaningless here, a human construct that the rain pays no attention to. The rain simply falls when conditions are right, and stops when they're not, without any regard for clocks or schedules or the ways humans like to divide their experience into measurable units. You let go of time completely. Let it dissolve like salt in water, disappearing into the larger solution of this moment. There is no before, no after, no beginning, no end. Only this eternal present, this now that never stops being now, no matter how long you rest in it. The wool blanket has warmed completely from your body heat. It feels less like a separate object and more like an extension of yourself, a layer of warmth that exists between your skin and the cooler air of the cabin. You've stopped noticing where the blanket ends and you begin. It's all one system now. Body, blanket, chair, cabin, all working together to create this perfect cocoon of rest. One of the candles on the table has burned down significantly. The flame is lower now, floating in a deep pool of melted wax. But it still burns steadily, still provides its share of the light that fills the cabin with warmth and shadow. The other candles have burned at different rates, the ones in the drafty spots burning faster, the sheltered ones lasting longer. But all of them continue their slow, faithful work of transforming wax into light, solid into liquid, into gas, into energy, matter into illumination. You think about transformation, about how everything is always changing form. The rain was once water in the ocean, then vapor in the air, then liquid in the clouds, now falling as drops, soon to be absorbed by earth or flowing in streams or evaporating back into air. The candle wax was once part of a bee's honeycomb, created from nectar gathered from flowers, now melting and burning and becoming light and heat and smoke. The wood of the cabin was once living trees, growing cell by cell, ring by ring, now serving this new purpose of shelter. Nothing stays the same. Everything transforms. And you too are transforming in this moment, changing from your daily self into your resting self, from the person who does and achieves and maintains into the person who simply is, who receives, who allows. This transformation happens slowly, gradually, like the rain soaking into the ground. It can't be rushed or forced. It can only be allowed. And you are allowing it, surrendering to it. letting the rain wash away the accumulated tension of days and weeks and months, letting the darkness and the candlelight soften the sharp edges of consciousness, letting the warmth and the safety dissolve the barriers you normally maintain between your guarded self and the world. The forest breathes around you. The rain falls upon you. The mountain holds you, and you rest deeply and completely, more fully relaxed than you've been in longer than you can remember, sinking into a peace that feels both earned and gifted, both personal and universal, both temporary and eternal. The wind sighs through the pines. The rain drums on the roof. Your breath flows in and out, and the long, peaceful night continues, moment by moment, breath by breath, drop by drop. The rain falls on. The candles burn. Your breath flows in and out, and you rest deeply and completely, held by the cabin, serenaded by the storm, settling into the long, peaceful night ahead. Your awareness has shifted now into a state that is difficult to describe. You are still conscious, still present, but in a way that feels fundamentally different from ordinary waking consciousness. It's as though you've descended through layers of awareness, moving down from the bright, busy surface level where thoughts dart and plans form and worries circulate, down through deeper layers where thought becomes slower and more diffuse, down further still to this place where awareness exists almost without content. You are aware, but not of anything in particular. You simply are, floating in the darkness behind your closed eyelids, buoyed by the sound of rain. The rain itself has become layered in your perception. What started as a single sound, rain on roof, has differentiated into dozens of distinct sounds, each occupying its own space in the auditory field. There is the high, sharp patter of rain hitting the metal chimney pipe, the deeper, more resonant drumming of rain on the wooden shingles, the soft, almost silent whisper of rain passing through the pine boughs, the rhythmic plop, plop, plop of water dripping from the eaves into puddles below, the gurgle and rush of water in the gutters, the splash of rain hitting the wooden porch, the nearly inaudible hiss of rain falling on rain, drops landing in the puddles that now surround the cabin. And beyond these immediate sounds, there are others. The rush of the swollen creek, louder now than before. The drip of water from thousands of pine branches, creating a symphony of tiny percussive sounds throughout the forest. The occasional crack of a branch, weakened by the weight of water. The steady white noise of rain falling on millions of pine needles, creating a wash of sound that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere. Your brain is not processing these sounds individually anymore. Instead, it's receiving them as a whole, as a complete sonic environment that requires no analysis or interpretation. The sounds simply are, and you simply listen, or perhaps you don't even listen. You simply exist within the sound, bathed in it, held by it, the same way a body is held by water when floating. There's a particular quality to rain sounds that makes them ideal for inducing deep rest. Unlike music, which creates patterns that the brain wants to follow and predict, rain is random enough to resist pattern-making but steady enough to be soothing. Unlike silence, which can feel empty or even anxiety-producing, rain fills the auditory space completely, leaving no room for intrusive sounds or thoughts. It's the perfect balance between order and chaos, between predictability and surprise. Your ears have become extraordinarily sensitive in this quiet, dark space. You can hear the subtle differences between rain falling on different surfaces. Wood sounds different from stone. Metal sounds different from earth. Glass has its own particular ring. Each surface is a different drum in the orchestra, and the rain is playing them all simultaneously, creating a composition that is endlessly complex and yet perfectly unified. You notice how your left ear hears slightly different sounds than your right ear. The left ear, closer to the window, picks up more of the rain against the glass, more of the external sounds. The right ear, facing toward the interior of the cabin, hears more of the fire's quiet crackle, more of the subtle creaks of the wooden structure. Your brain combines these two slightly different inputs into a three-dimensional soundscape, giving the rain depth and dimension and a sense of surrounding you completely. The temperature has dropped slightly since you first settled into the chair. Not enough to be uncomfortable, but enough to make the warmth of the blanket even more precious. You can feel cool air on your face, the only part of you exposed to the cabin's ambient temperature, while the rest of your body stays warm beneath the wool. This contrast is perfect. The coolness keeps you from becoming too warm and drowsy in an unpleasant way, while the warmth prevents any chill that might disturb your rest. Your face has gone completely slack. If you could see yourself in a mirror, which you can't and wouldn't want to, you would see an expression of utter neutrality, of complete relaxation. Your forehead is smooth, without the furrows that normally live there. Your eyebrows rest in their natural position, neither raised nor lowered. Your eyelids are closed but not squeezed shut, just softly resting, the lashes of the upper lid barely touching the lower. Your mouth is slightly open, your jaw completely loose, your tongue resting gently against your lower teeth. This is your face in its most authentic state, without any social mask, without any expression meant to communicate or convey. It's the face you had as a very young child, before you learned to control your expressions, before you understood that faces are tools for social interaction. It's the face of pure being, of existence without performance. Your breath continues its slow, steady rhythm, so slow now that each complete breath cycle, inhale, pause, exhale, pause, takes nearly a minute. This is the breathing of the deepest rest, just a few breaths above the rate of actual sleep. Your body is taking in exactly as much oxygen as it needs and no more, conserving energy, directing resources towards cellular repair and restoration rather than activity or alertness. The rain seems to breathe with you, or perhaps you're breathing with the rain. There's a synchronization happening that you didn't consciously create, but that has emerged naturally from this long period of listening, of being present with the sound. When you inhale, you seem to hear the rain more clearly, as though it's being drawn into you along with the air. When you exhale, the rain seems to recede slightly, becoming background rather than foreground. In this way, the boundary between inside and outside, between self and environment, continues to blur and soften. One of the candles, the taper on the left side of the table, has burned down to a stub. Its flame is small now, but still steady, still bright. It casts less light than before, but what light it does cast seems more concentrated, more golden. The pool of melted wax around it has solidified at the edges where it's cooler, creating a white ring around the liquid center. The wick stands up straight from the wax pool, a thin black line topped with a teardrop of flame. You watch this candle through half-closed eyes, your vision so soft and unfocused that the flame seems to have a halo around it, a glow that extends beyond the actual fire. This is partly an optical effect, the scattering of light through your barely open eyelids, but it feels like something more. It feels like you're seeing the candle's essence, its inner light, not just its physical flame. The candle will burn out eventually, perhaps in an hour, perhaps in 2. When it does, the cabin will be slightly darker, but not dangerously so. There are other candles, and even if all of them burn out, the darkness would be complete but not frightening. You've gone so deep into rest now that darkness holds no fear. It would simply be another form of shelter, another way of being held and protected by the night. Time continues its strange behavior. Moments stretch like taffy, becoming long and slow and sweet. You've stopped trying to estimate how long you've been sitting here. Have you been in this chair for an hour? 2 hours? It's impossible to say, and the impossibility doesn't trouble you. You're existing in a different kind of time now. Subjective time, felt time, the time of consciousness rather than clocks. The rain provides its own measurement of duration, not in minutes or hours, but in the accumulation of sensation, the layering of drops upon drops upon drops. Each drop is a tiny unit of time, and thousands of them have fallen since you closed your eyes. Millions, perhaps. Each one slightly different from all the others, each one unique and unrepeatable, and yet all of them part of the same ongoing event, the same storm, the same night of rain. You think about how rain has always been a marker of time for humans. Before clocks and calendars, people marked time by the seasons, and the seasons were marked by rain. The rainy season and the dry season, the planting rains and the harvest rains. Even now, with all our precise timekeeping instruments, we still talk about time in terms of weather. It rained all day, we say, and everyone understands that we mean a particular quality of time, a day that felt long and slow and grey, a day when time seemed to move differently than on bright, busy, active days. Tonight is that kind of time, rain time, storm time, rest time, the kind of time that exists outside the normal flow of daily schedules and responsibilities. You've entered a pocket of time that belongs to no one, that makes no demands, that simply is. Your hands have grown completely cold where they rest on the leather armrests. Not uncomfortably cold, just cool, the blood having retreated toward your core to preserve heat. This is normal in deep rest. Circulation slows, extremities cool, the body conserves energy. You could warm your hands by tucking them under the blanket, but you don't feel moved to do so. The coolness is fine. It's part of the experience, part of the gradual quieting and slowing of all your body systems. The leather under your hands has cooled too, no longer holding your body heat the way it did earlier. It feels smooth and slightly damp, though whether from condensation or from your own skin, you can't tell. The texture is pleasant under your fingertips, soft but with a grain to it, like very fine sandpaper. You're aware of these sensations, but not engaged with them. They're just there, part of the background of awareness, requiring nothing from you. The cabin has settled into its night state. All the small adjustments it needed to make, the beams expanding or contracting with temperature changes, the wood absorbing moisture from the rain-saturated air, the structure finding its balance against the wind, all of these have been completed. Now it simply stands, solid and quiet, doing what it was built to do. Sheltering, protecting, being a wall between the wild and the domestic, between exposure and safety. You are so grateful to this cabin, to whoever built it, decades ago, with logs cut from the surrounding forest and stones gathered from the mountain, to whoever maintains it, making sure the roof is sound and the windows are sealed and there's wood for the fire, to everyone who has ever rested here, whose presence has somehow infused the space with peace. The cabin is more than just wood and nails and stone. It's the accumulated intention of everyone who has used it as it was meant to be used, as a shelter, a refuge, a place to rest and restore. The rain falls on, endless and patient. Your breath flows in and out, slower and slower. The candles burn lower and lower, and you rest in the center of it all, held by the chair, covered by the blanket, surrounded by walls, serenaded by the storm, sinking deeper and deeper into a peace that feels bottomless, infinite, eternal. There is nothing to do but rest. Nothing to think about but the rain. Nothing to be but a body in a chair in a cabin on a mountain, while water falls from the sky, and the night slowly deepens toward its darkest hour. There is nowhere else to be. Nothing else to do. Only this: rest, rain, darkness, warmth, peace. Only this perfect, eternal now. You have arrived at a place so deep in rest that it's almost indistinguishable from sleep. Almost, but not quite. There's still a thread of awareness, thin as spider silk, connecting you to the sounds around you, to the sensation of the chair supporting you, to the gentle rise and fall of your breath. But this awareness asks nothing of you. It doesn't require attention or interpretation. It simply is, a dim light burning in the background of consciousness while everything else has gone quiet and dark. The rain has become your entire world, not metaphorically, but actually. Your awareness extends no further than the sounds of the storm. There is no past, because memory has gone quiet. There is no future, because anticipation has dissolved. There is only this moment, and this moment is filled completely with the sound of water falling on wood and stone and earth. You exist inside the rain, or the rain exists inside you. The distinction has ceased to matter. Your body has entered a state of profound stillness. You haven't moved in. How long? Time has lost all meaning, but your body knows it's been a long while. Muscles that would normally twitch or adjust have gone completely quiet. Your chest barely rises and falls with breath. Your heart beats so slowly, so steadily, that you can count several seconds between each pulse. This is the body's deepest rest state, the state in which true restoration happens, when cells repair themselves and systems recalibrate and the accumulated stress of daily life is metabolized and released. The sound of the rain continues to evolve in subtle ways. The intensity hasn't changed much. It's still a steady, reliable downpour, but the character shifts slightly from moment to moment. Sometimes the drops sound larger, heavier, landing with more force. Sometimes they sound finer, lighter, creating a softer patter. These variations might be due to changes in wind direction, or in the size of the drops forming in the clouds, or simply in the way your hearing is processing the sound in this altered state of consciousness. You've stopped distinguishing between different rain sounds now. Earlier, you could hear the rain on the roof separately from the rain on the ground, the rain on the windows separately from the rain in the forest. But now it's all merged into one unified soundscape, a complete auditory environment that has no edges, no boundaries, no inside or outside. You are floating in an ocean of sound, buoyed by it, held by it, rocked gently by its rhythms. There's a particular quality to this hour of the night, this deep middle hour when the world is at its quietest, when even the nocturnal creatures have settled, when everything seems to pause and hold its breath. The rain belongs to this hour. It's the only sound that continues without pause, without rest, marking the passage of time that otherwise seems to have stopped completely. Your thoughts, when they arise at all, are dreamlike and fragmentary, not full thoughts with subjects and verbs and logical progressions, but more like thought wisps, brief mental sensations that appear and disappear like fireflies on a summer night. A flash of an image, rain falling on a lake, circles spreading across dark water. A snatch of feeling, contentment, deep and warm, a word floating by, safe. These fragments ask nothing of you, require no response, no engagement. They're just passing through, moving across the screen of your consciousness like clouds across a night sky. The candles have burned lower still. The 3 pillars on the mantel are now half their original height, their flames burning in deep wells of melted wax. The taper on the table has nearly burned out. Just a small nub remains, its flame wavering, preparing to release its hold on existence. When it goes out, you might not even notice. The darkness it leaves behind will be absorbed into the larger darkness without disturbance, without disruption. You become aware of the different qualities of darkness in the cabin. There's the darkness in the corners, thick and absolute, where no candlelight reaches. There's the darkness behind your closed eyelids, not quite black but a deep charcoal, occasionally flickering with random neural activity, the phosphenes that appear when eyes are closed for long periods. There's the darkness outside the windows, vast and complete, the darkness of wilderness, of places where human light doesn't reach. And there's the darkness between the candle flames, the negative space that allows the light to be visible, that gives the flames their definition and purpose. None of these darknesses are frightening. They're all forms of rest, all expressions of the night's natural state. Darkness is not the absence of light so much as the presence of something else. Stillness, quiet, the invitation to close your eyes and turn inward. Darkness is where rest lives, where dreams form, where the mind can finally stop its constant vigilance and allow itself to drift. The rain continues its patient work outside, falling on the same patch of ground drop by drop, slowly saturating the earth. The soil can only absorb water so fast, and by now it must be approaching saturation. The excess water is running off, following the contours of the land, finding its way downhill, joining the creek that rushes somewhere in the darkness beyond the cabin. This water will travel far from here, down the mountain, through valleys, eventually reaching the sea. But right now, in this moment, it's here, falling on this mountain, creating this sound that wraps around the cabin like a blanket. You think about water's journey, about how the rain falling on this roof was once part of the ocean, was lifted by the sun into the atmosphere, was carried by wind across great distances, was condensed into clouds, and now falls here, only to begin the journey back to the ocean once more. It's a cycle that has repeated billions of times, that will continue billions more. Nothing is ever lost in this cycle, only transformed, only moved from one state to another. And you too are mostly water. The water in your body is on its own journey, cycling through you, being replaced gradually over time. The water you drank yesterday might have fallen as rain weeks ago on some distant mountain. The water you'll release tomorrow might eventually fall as rain on another mountain, might be heard by another person seeking rest in another storm. Everything is connected through water, through this substance that makes up most of your body, most of the earth's surface, most of all living things. This thought doesn't excite you or engage your analytical mind. It simply settles over you like another layer of understanding, another reason to feel connected to the rain, to the storm, to the ancient cycles of nature. You are not separate from the weather outside. You are made of the same elements, subject to the same laws, part of the same vast system of water and air and energy moving across the planet. Your breath has become so subtle now that you could easily stop noticing it altogether. Each inhale takes perhaps 20 seconds, a slow drawing in of cool air. The pause at the top of the breath lasts another 10 seconds, your body holding the air, extracting oxygen at its leisure, in no hurry. Then the exhale, even slower than the inhale, taking 30 seconds or more, releasing the used air back into the cabin. Another pause at the bottom, your lungs empty, your body still and quiet, before the next cycle begins. This is breathing at the edge of consciousness, breathing that happens without any volition, any control. Your body knows exactly what it needs and takes exactly that much, no more, no less. You could no more stop this breathing than you could stop the rain from falling. It's automatic, primal, the most basic function of being alive. The wool blanket has become part of you now. You can't feel where it ends and your body begins. It's as though you've grown an extra layer of skin, warm and soft and protective. The weight of it is comforting in a way that goes beyond physical comfort. It's like being held, being embraced, being told without words that you're safe and protected and that you can let go completely. One of the embers in the fireplace shifts slightly, settling deeper into the ash. A small shower of sparks rises briefly, glowing orange-red, then fading to nothing as they cool in their ascent. The remaining embers continue their slow burn, breaking down from solid matter into ash and smoke and heat, transforming themselves to keep the cabin warm, to keep you comfortable, to play their small part in this symphony of shelter and rest. The cabin's protection feels almost tangible now, as though you can sense the walls around you without seeing them, as though you can feel the roof above you keeping the rain at bay. The structure has become more than wood and stone. It's become a presence, a guardian, a manifestation of human ingenuity and care. Someone designed this cabin to stand against storms. Someone built it to shelter people exactly like you, seeking exactly what you're seeking: rest, quiet, safety from the elements. And it's working. You are utterly, completely safe. Nothing can reach you here. The rain can fall for hours more, for days if it wants to. The wind can blow as hard as it likes. The night can be as dark as it needs to be. None of it can touch you. You're protected, sheltered, held in this small pocket of warmth and dryness while the storm does its work outside. This safety allows a deeper kind of letting go. When you know, truly know, that you're safe, your nervous system can fully relax. The ancient parts of your brain that are always scanning for threats, always maintaining a baseline level of alertness, can finally stand down. You don't need to watch for danger. You don't need to listen for problems. You can surrender completely to rest, knowing that the cabin will hold, the roof won't leak, the walls won't fail. The rain falls. Your breath flows. The candles burn, and you rest in the very center of safety, in the very heart of peace, in the deepest rest you've known in longer than you can remember. Time has stopped meaning anything at all. There is only this eternal now, this moment that contains all moments, this present that never stops being present. The rain connects you to this eternal now. Each drop is happening right now, and now, and now, and now, an infinite series of present moments that never becomes past, never becomes future, just remains forever in this timeless now. You are so deeply at rest that you might be asleep, or you might be more awake than you've ever been, just in a completely different way. The usual markers that distinguish sleeping from waking have dissolved. You're in a third state, a between state, a threshold state that is both and neither. And it doesn't matter which it is. What matters is that you're here, you're resting, you're completely at peace. The storm holds you. The cabin shelters you. The darkness embraces you. And you float in the center of it all, suspended in this perfect moment of complete and total rest. The wind sighs through the pines. The rain drums on the roof. Your breath flows in and out. And the long, peaceful night continues, moment by moment, breath by breath, drop by drop. In this deep place of rest, your mind begins to wander in ways that are neither quite dreaming nor quite waking thought. Images and sensations drift through your awareness like leaves floating on a slow-moving stream. You see rain falling on other places, other times. Rain on a city street, creating halos around streetlights. Rain on a garden, beading on rose petals. Rain on the ocean, drops disappearing into vastness. These aren't memories exactly. They're more like echoes, like the collective memory of rain that exists somewhere in your consciousness. The rain falling on this cabin tonight is connected to all rain everywhere. You realize in some deep, non-rational way. Every raindrop that has ever fallen is part of the same story, the same cycle. The rain that fell on the first forests millions of years ago. The rain that fell on ancient civilizations, on pyramids and temples now lost to time. The rain that falls tonight. The rain that will fall centuries from now on landscapes we can't imagine. It's all one rain, one water, moving endlessly through its transformations. Your body has become so still that you've almost forgotten you have one. There's no discomfort to remind you of physical existence, no ache, no itch, no pressure point demanding attention. You've become purely awareness, purely presence, a point of consciousness floating in darkness and sound. If someone were to ask you where your hands are, you'd have to think about it, search for them, remember that you have hands at all. This dissolution of body awareness is one of the deepest forms of rest. When you're not constantly receiving signals from your body, adjust this, scratch that, shift position. Your mind can finally stop its role as body manager and simply exist without duty, without task. The body is taking care of itself, breathing and beating and maintaining without any input from your conscious mind, and your conscious mind is free to simply float, to drift, to be. The rain continues its endless percussion, but something has shifted in how you're hearing it. It's no longer a sound that comes from outside and enters your ears. Instead, it feels like the sound is arising from within you, as though you're generating the rain sound yourself, as though your consciousness and the rain have become so entangled that there's no meaningful distinction between the listener and the listened to. You are the rain. The rain is you. Both are patterns of energy moving through time. Both are temporary formations that will dissolve and reform. Both are part of the larger whole. The taper candle on the table finally gutters out. The flame shrinks, flickers, makes one last brave attempt to hold on, then releases. A thin trail of smoke rises from the blackened wick, visible for just a moment in the light from the other candles, then disappearing into the darkness above. The cabin is slightly darker now, but the change is so gradual, so gentle, that it creates no disturbance. The darkness simply deepens by a small degree, and this deeper darkness is welcome, is restful, is right. You think about all the candles that have ever burned, all the fires that have ever been lit. Humanity's relationship with fire goes back hundreds of thousands of years, to the first time someone kept a lightning-struck branch burning, realizing that this bright, warm thing could be maintained, could be fed, could be a companion through the dark night. Every fire since then, every candle, every lamp, every hearth, is connected to that first fire, that first act of taming light and warmth for human use. The candles burning now in this cabin are the latest in that unbroken chain. They're descendants of that first fire, serving the same essential purpose, pushing back darkness, providing warmth, creating a center of safety and civilization in the wilderness. These candles don't know their history, of course. They simply burn because that's what candles do when their wicks are lit. But you know, in this deep, peaceful state, that they're part of something ancient and ongoing, something that connects you to every human who has ever sought light in darkness. The rain's character is changing again, becoming, if possible, even more gentle, more consistent. The variations in intensity that marked earlier hours have smoothed out. Now it's just pure, steady rain. Not heavy, not light, but perfectly medium, as though the storm has found its natural cruising speed and plans to maintain it indefinitely. This steadiness is deeply soothing. There are no surprises, no sudden changes to startle the nervous system. Just the reliable, predictable, endless patter of water on roof and earth. Your hearing has become so sensitive that you can detect sounds you wouldn't normally notice. The slight whistle of air moving through a small gap in the window frame. The tick of the cabin's wooden structure as it continues its minute adjustments to temperature and humidity. The soft rustle of the wool blanket when you breathe deeply enough to move it. Each of these sounds is distinct and clear, but none of them disturbs the overall sense of quiet. They're part of the silence rather than interruptions of it. True silence, you realize, doesn't exist. Even in the quietest place, there are sounds, the sound of your own breathing, your heartbeat, the blood moving through your ears. What we call silence is really a particular quality of sound, a baseline of quietness against which other sounds become noticeable. And tonight, that baseline is the rain. Everything else is measured against it, compared to it, integrated into it. The darkness outside the windows is complete now. Whatever ambient light lingered from the sky has been fully absorbed by night. The forest has disappeared into darkness so total that you could no longer see the trees even if your eyes were open and adjusted. But you can still hear the forest, the rain filtering through its canopy, the wind moving through its branches, the creak and groan of trunks swaying. The forest is there, invisible but present, maintaining its ancient watch around the cabin. You become aware of how small the cabin is in the vastness of the forest, and how small the forest is on the slope of the mountain, and how small the mountain is on the surface of the earth. This awareness doesn't make you feel insignificant. Instead, it creates a sense of being held by something vast and stable, like a child in the arms of a parent. The earth is so large, so solid, so patient. It has held this mountain for millions of years. It can certainly hold you for one night, and the mountain, ancient beyond comprehension, holds the cabin without effort. The cabin, built from the mountain's own trees, anchored in the mountain's own stone, is as much a part of the mountain as the trees still standing. And the cabin holds you, cradling you in this chair, surrounding you with walls, keeping you dry while rain falls on its roof. You are held by nested circles of protection, chair within cabin, within forest, within mountain, within earth, each layer providing its own form of shelter, its own form of care. Your breath continues its slow, deep rhythm. You're taking perhaps 3 or 4 breaths per minute now, maybe fewer. Each breath is so extended, so gradual, that it feels less like breathing and more like a slow tide, water advancing up a beach and then retreating, taking its time, following its own natural pace. Your body has slowed to match the pace of mountains, of forests, of geological time. You're operating on nature's clock now, not society's clock, and nature's clock moves so slowly, so patiently. The embers in the fireplace have diminished to just a few glowing spots in a bed of ash. They provide almost no light now, just the faintest red glow if you look directly at them. But they still radiate warmth. Not much, just enough to keep the worst of the chill at bay. By morning they'll be completely cold, but morning is lifetimes away. For now, they continue their slow burn, breaking down into their constituent elements, returning to earth in the form of ash and smoke. You think about how everything returns to earth eventually. The trees that became this cabin will one day rot and decompose, feeding new trees. The stones of the fireplace will eventually crumble, becoming gravel, then sand, then soil. Even the mountain itself is slowly eroding, grain by grain, season by season, returning to the sea from which it was uplifted millions of years ago. Nothing is permanent. Everything is in motion. But the motion is so slow, so gradual, that within a human lifetime it appears as stillness, as permanence. This thought is comforting rather than disturbing. You're part of this slow dance of transformation, this patient movement of matter from one form to another. The molecules that make up your body have been other things before, parts of plants, parts of soil, parts of water and air. There'll be other things after. Nothing is ever lost, just changed, just moved, just transformed. You are a temporary pattern, a brief arrangement of atoms that will maintain this particular form for a few decades and then disperse and reform into other patterns, other forms, other expressions of the universe's endless creativity. The rain knows this. The rain has been many things, ocean and cloud and river and ice and snow and fog, and will be many things again. It falls tonight in this particular form, makes this particular sound, serves this particular purpose of nourishing earth and lulling you towards sleep, and then it will move on to its next transformation, its next role in the endless cycling of water through the world. Your mind is so quiet now that you can hear the silence beneath the rain. Not actual silence. The rain is still falling, but the silence of no thought, the quiet that exists when the mind stops its constant activity. This is the silence that meditation seeks, the silence that exists before thought arises, before the mind begins its interpretation and analysis and commentary. It's the silence of pure awareness, pure being, pure presence. In this silence, everything is exactly as it should be. The rain falls at exactly the right rate. The candles burn at exactly the right brightness. Your breath flows at exactly the right pace. There's no sense of something needing to be different, better, other than what it is. This moment is complete in itself, perfect in its imperfection, whole and entire and exactly right. The wool blanket has shifted slightly with your breathing, and you become aware of its texture against your hands where they rest on the armrests. The weave is visible to your touch, if not to your eyes. You can feel the individual threads, the over-under pattern of warp and weft, the slight roughness of wool that has been worn soft but not smooth. This blanket has its own history, its own journey from sheep to shearing to spinning to weaving to washing to use. It has kept other people warm on other nights. It will keep you warm tonight. Then it will keep others warm on nights yet to come. Everything in the cabin has this quality of being part of a longer story. The chair you sit in was new once, its leather supple and uncracked, its shape not yet worn to human form. Generations of bodies have sat in it, each one leaving its impression, each one contributing to the perfect comfort it offers now. The cabin itself was new once, its wood fresh cut, its joints tight, its smell of raw lumber. Decades of weather have seasoned it, aged it, mellowed it into this perfect shelter. You are part of these stories now. Your presence here tonight is a chapter in the cabin's ongoing narrative. in the chair's history, in the blanket's journey from creation to eventual wearing out. Decades from now, when you're gone, others will sit in this chair, wrap themselves in blankets like this one, listen to rain on this roof, or on whatever roof replaces it when this one finally fails. And they'll feel what you're feeling now, this deep peace, this profound rest, this sense of being held by something larger and more enduring than any individual life. The rain falls on. The darkness deepens. The candles burn lower. And you rest in the center of it all, held by the mountain, sheltered by the cabin, serenaded by the storm, floating in a peace so deep that it feels like you've discovered the still point at the center of the turning world. There is nothing to do but rest. Nothing to think about but the rain. Nothing to be but a body in a chair in a cabin on a mountain, while water falls from the sky, and the night slowly deepens toward its darkest hour. You have reached the deep middle of the night, the hour that exists furthest from both sunset and sunrise, the hour when darkness is most complete and the world seems to hold its breath. In this hour, the rain has become not just a sound but a presence, a companion, a constant that has been with you so long that you can't quite remember what silence felt like before it began. The rain is the night's voice, speaking in its language of water and rhythm and endless, patient falling. Your body has achieved a state of rest so profound that it borders on the miraculous. Every system has downshifted to its lowest sustainable level. Your heart beats perhaps 40 times per minute, maybe less. Your breathing is almost imperceptible. Your metabolism has slowed, conserving energy, directing resources to the work of cellular repair that can only happen in these deep rest states. If you could see yourself from outside, you'd appear almost lifeless, so still and quiet have you become. But inside, unseen, your body is performing its nightly magic, fixing what was broken, clearing what was cluttered, restoring what was depleted. The rain on the roof has created a kind of acoustic cocoon around the cabin. The sound is so constant, so enveloping, that it has become almost like a physical barrier, a wall of white noise that separates this space from the rest of the world. Nothing beyond this rain wall seems real anymore. The cities and roads and busy human places that exist down in the valleys, they might as well be on another planet. Here now, there is only this: cabin, rain, darkness, rest. You become aware of the creek again, that distant rushing sound somewhere in the forest. It must be quite swollen now, transformed from its usual modest trickle into something more assertive, more present. You imagine it flowing between stones, around roots, carving its way down the mountainside with patient determination. The water that started as rain on this roof has by now joined that creek, is travelling with it down toward the valley, toward the river, toward the sea. Everything is in motion, everything is flowing, even though you yourself are completely still. This contrast, the outer motion and the inner stillness, feels significant somehow. The world is always moving, always changing, always flowing from one state to another. But within that motion, there can be points of stillness, pockets of rest, places where time seems to stop even as it continues. You are such a place right now, a still point in a moving world, an island of rest in an ocean of change. The candles have burned down to less than half their original height. The pillar candles on the mantel sit in deep pools of melted wax, their wicks barely visible above the liquid surface. The flames seem smaller now, but steadier, no longer dancing and flickering as they did hours ago. They've found their rhythm, their sustainable burn rate, and they maintain it with unwavering consistency. These flames will burn until there's no more wax to feed them, then they'll gutter out without ceremony, without fuss, simply ceasing to be. There's a lesson in this, you think drowsily. Everything has its time, its duration, its span of existence. Candles burn for hours. Storms last for hours or days. Human lives last for decades. Mountains exist for millions of years. Stars burn for billions. But everything, eventually, completes its arc and returns to nothing, or transforms into something else. The candle becomes light and heat and smoke and ash. What will you become, you wonder, when your own span is complete? The question doesn't disturb you. It simply floats through your awareness like everything else, like a leaf on that slow-moving stream of consciousness. Your face has gone numb from immobility. Not unpleasantly numb, just absent. You're aware of having a face in the same way you might be aware of a fact you once learned. You know it's true, but it has no immediate relevance. Your jaw hangs slack. Your lips are parted slightly. Your eyes, beneath their closed lids, have stopped moving completely. Even the small twitches and adjustments that eyes usually make, even when closed, have ceased. Your eyes have given up entirely on seeing, have surrendered to the darkness, have accepted that there is nothing to watch and no reason to watch it. The rain's texture has shifted again in some subtle way. Perhaps the drops have gotten slightly smaller, or perhaps they're falling from a slightly different height, or perhaps your hearing has changed. Whatever the reason, the sound is different now, not louder or softer, but different in quality. More hiss, less patter. More white noise, less percussion. It's as though the rain is gradually dissolving into pure sound, pure texture, leaving behind the individual drops and becoming instead a continuous presence, a sonic atmosphere. You think about white noise, about how it's called white, because it contains all frequencies equally, the way white light contains all colors. The rain has become white noise now, not the electronic imitation you might hear from a machine, but the real thing, the original version, water falling through air and striking surfaces, creating a sound so complex and complete that your brain can't possibly process all its components, and so simply receives it as a whole, as a unified field of sound that requires no interpretation, no analysis, just acceptance. In this white noise, your thoughts have dissolved almost completely. What remains of your mind is purely receptive, purely passive. You're not thinking about the rain. You're simply aware of it, the way you're aware of gravity or time, as a fundamental condition of existence rather than an object of thought. Your mind has become like a still pond, and the rain falls on it without creating ripples, without disturbing the surface, simply adding to the volume of water without changing its essential nature. The darkness behind your eyelids has deepened further, if such a thing is possible. It's no longer the darkness of a room with some light in it, but the darkness of deep space, of the void between stars, of the absence of all light. And yet this darkness doesn't feel empty or frightening. It feels full, pregnant with possibility, like the darkness of a seed underground just before it germinates, or the darkness of a chrysalis just before transformation. This is generative darkness, creative darkness, the darkness from which all things emerge and to which all things return. Your breath continues its barely their rhythm. In, pause, out, pause. Each cycle taking a full minute or more. This is the breathing of hibernation, of suspended animation, of the deepest possible rest while still remaining alive. Your body has slowed down as far as it can go without stopping completely. It's found the minimum necessary rate of functioning and has settled there, conserving every possible bit of energy, allowing every possible resource to be directed toward healing and restoration. The rain falls on the window nearest you, and you become aware of the individual streams running down the glass. Even with your eyes closed, you can sense them somehow, their vertical paths, their occasional merging and splitting, their endless descent from top to bottom of the pane. It's as though the boundaries of your perception have expanded beyond the merely visual, as though you're sensing the rain through some other faculty that has awakened in this deep state of rest. Or perhaps you're simply remembering what you saw earlier, and your mind is continuing to project that image even though your eyes are closed. The brain does this, continues to process and imagine even when direct sensory input has ceased. But whether you're perceiving or imagining doesn't matter. The streams of water are there, running down the glass, and you're aware of them, and that awareness is part of this moment's texture, part of this night's particular quality. The cabin creaks very softly, a sound so subtle that it's almost subliminal. The wood is still adjusting, still settling, still finding its equilibrium with the moisture-laden air. These are the sounds of a living structure, a building that breathes and moves and responds to its environment. The cabin is not a static thing but a dynamic one, always adjusting, always adapting, always doing its work of providing shelter while simultaneously being affected by the weather it shelters against. You feel a sudden rush of affection for this cabin, this simple structure of logs and stone and shingles. It has asked nothing of you except that you close the door behind you when you entered. In return, it has given you everything: shelter from the storm, warmth from the cold, safety from the night. It has held you through these long hours of rain, never faltering, never failing. What a gift this is, you think. What an extraordinary gift, this basic human technology of 4 walls and a roof, this ancient solution to the problem of weather. The rain continues, as it has for hours now, as it might for hours more. There's no sign of it letting up, no indication that the storm is preparing to move on. It has settled over this mountain, over this cabin, over you, and it seems content to remain for as long as it pleases. And you are content with this. More than content. Grateful. The longer the rain falls, the longer you have permission to remain exactly as you are, resting, floating, suspended in this perfect state of peace. Your hands, which grew cold hours ago, have gone beyond cold now into complete numbness. You can't feel them at all any more, can't sense where they end and the air begins. They might as well not exist. They've been so still for so long, have received so little blood flow, that they've essentially gone offline, ceased to be part of your conscious body map. When you eventually need to move them again, tomorrow, or whenever you finally rise from this chair, it will take time for sensation to return, for them to remember how to be hands. But that's a problem for future you. Present you has no hands, no body really, just this dim point of awareness floating in darkness and rain sound, existing without effort, without purpose, without any need to be anything other than what it is in this exact moment. The ember glow from the fireplace has faded to almost nothing now. Just the faintest hint of red in the deepest part of the ash bed, a color so dim that you can only see it if you look directly at it, if you remember to look at all. Soon even this will fade, and the fireplace will go completely dark, just a dark rectangle in the cabin wall, a void within the larger darkness. But the cabin will remain warm enough. The walls hold heat well, and your body generates its own warmth beneath the blanket, and the rain-cooled air is actually pleasant rather than uncomfortable. You realize you haven't thought about your life, your normal, daily life, in hours. The concerns that usually occupy your mind have completely evaporated. Work deadlines, relationship complications, financial worries, health concerns, all the standard components of adult anxiety. They're simply gone, wiped away by the rain, washed out of your consciousness as thoroughly as if they'd never existed. This erasure is one of rest's greatest gifts. Not that the concerns won't return. They will when you return to the world. But for now, for this night, you're free of them. The rain has given you this freedom, this temporary release from the weight of your own life. And what remains when all those concerns are washed away? Just this breath, heartbeat, the sensation of being alive, of existing, of being a point of consciousness in a vast universe. Just this awareness of rain, of shelter, of darkness, of rest. Just this, the present moment, empty of past and future, containing nothing but itself. This is enough. This is more than enough. This is everything. The rain falls. The darkness holds. The candles burn their slow way toward extinction. And you rest, so deeply that you've almost forgotten what it means to be awake, so completely that you've almost forgotten what it means to move, so profoundly that you've almost forgotten what it means to be separate from the rain, from the cabin, from the night itself. You are rest. Rest is you. There is no difference any more. The storm holds you. The cabin shelters you. The darkness embraces you. And you float in the center of it all, suspended in this perfect moment of complete and total rest. The night has reached a point where time seems not just slow but suspended entirely, as though someone has pressed pause on the world and forgotten to resume it. The rain still falls. It has never stopped falling, but even the rain seems to exist outside of time now, each drop not following the previous one but somehow falling simultaneously with it, as though all the rain that has fallen and all the rain that will fall is happening in this one eternal moment. You float in this timeless space, neither awake nor asleep, but in some third state that has no name in ordinary language. Your consciousness has thinned to almost nothing, become almost transparent, a barely there awareness that observes without judgment, witnesses without engagement, simply is without needing to be anything in particular. You're like a ghost in your own body, present but not present, here but not here, existing in that liminal zone between being and not being. The sound of the rain has become so familiar, so constant, that you've stopped hearing it as sound and started experiencing it as texture, as atmosphere, as the medium through which you exist. It's like living underwater, where water isn't something you're in but something you're made of, where the boundary between self and environment dissolves completely. The rain is outside the cabin, yes, but it's also inside somehow, inside your awareness, inside your perception, inside the very structure of your consciousness in this moment. Your body has achieved a stillness so complete that it approaches the stillness of objects rather than organisms. You're like a stone, like a piece of furniture, like one of the logs that makes up the cabin walls. No movement, no adjustment, no sign of the constant micromotions that usually characterize living bodies. Even your breathing has become so subtle that it barely registers, just the faintest exchange of air, so gentle that it wouldn't move a feather held in front of your lips. The candles continue their vigil, but they're noticeably smaller now. The pillars on the mantel have burned down to perhaps a third of their original height. The wax pools around them have solidified at the edges, creating white rings that contain the liquid centers where the flames float. These flames are steady now, almost motionless, burning with a consistency that suggests they could continue like this forever, though of course they can't. Everything ends. Everything burns out eventually, but not yet. For now, they burn on, faithful and patient, asking nothing, giving light. The darkness in the cabin has taken on a quality of presence rather than absence. It's not simply the lack of light, but something positive, something that fills the space with its own particular character. This darkness is soft and kind, wrapping around everything like velvet, muffling sharp edges, gentling harsh contrasts. In this darkness, everything is equal, the valuable and the worthless, the beautiful and the plain, all dissolved into the same encompassing shadow. You become aware of the different temperatures in the cabin, the subtle gradations of warmth and cool that create invisible layers in the air. Near the fireplace, even though the embers have nearly died, there's still a pocket of slightly warmer air. Near the windows, where the rain-cooled night presses against the glass, the air is cooler. Where you sit, wrapped in the wool blanket, you exist in your own microclimate of body heat and trapped air, perfectly warm, perfectly comfortable. These temperature zones don't mix but remain distinct, creating a geography of warmth that maps the cabin as surely as any visual survey could. The rain outside has created a landscape of puddles and streams around the cabin. You can hear the different sounds of water finding level, seeking low points, gathering and pooling. There's the splash of rain hitting puddles that have already formed, the gurgle of water flowing through the gutters and out the downspouts, the trickle of overflow finding alternate paths when the designed channels are overwhelmed. The cabin sits in a small sea of water now, an island of dryness in a world of wet. And yet you are utterly dry, utterly protected. Not a single drop of rain has touched you since you stepped inside hours ago. The cabin has fulfilled its primary function perfectly, keeping the outside outside and the inside inside, maintaining that crucial boundary between weather and shelter. This is what civilization is, at its most basic level. Not art or law or technology, but this, the ability to create a space where rain is happening nearby but not here, where cold exists but doesn't reach you, where the wild world continues its wild work but you are safe from it. Your mind drifts to thoughts of all the creatures in the forest right now, experiencing this same rain from very different perspectives. The deer bedded down in thick underbrush, their coats soaked but their bodies warm beneath. The owls perched in tree hollows, fluffed against the wet, waiting for the rain to pass before hunting. The small mammals, mice and voles and shrews, huddled in their burrows underground, dry in the earth while water pools on the surface above them. The trees themselves, drinking deeply, their leaves and needles shedding water in constant cascades. Everyone finding their own form of shelter, their own way of being with the rain. You are part of this community of sheltering, you realize. Not separate from the forest creatures but parallel to them, doing the same thing they're doing, finding protection, maintaining warmth, waiting out the storm. The cabin is your burrow, your den, your hollow tree. Like the deer and the owls and the mice, you've found your place of safety and settled into it, trusting it to hold against the weather, to keep you alive through the long, wet night. The rain continues its patient work of transforming the landscape. The dry earth is now thoroughly saturated. The small streams have become substantial flows. The moss on the trees has swollen, storing water against future dry times. The pine needles glisten with moisture. Everything that can absorb water is absorbing it, drinking it in, storing it, using it, being changed by it. By morning, even if the rain has stopped, everything will be different, greener, fuller, heavier with moisture, transformed by this long night of falling water. You too are being transformed, though in a different way. Not physically, you're not absorbing water like the moss and the trees, but mentally, emotionally, spiritually perhaps. The rain is washing away something in you, some accumulated residue of stress and worry and endless doing. In the morning you'll be different, lighter, clearer, more rested than you've been in months or years. The transformation is happening now, in these deep hours of rest, while your conscious mind is barely present, while your body performs its healing work in the darkness. Your heartbeat has slowed even further, if such a thing is possible. It beats now with a rhythm so slow and deep that it seems to match the rhythm of the earth itself, the slow pulse of geological time, the patient beating of the planet's core. Each beat is strong and sure, but they're spaced so far apart, 10 seconds, 15 seconds between them, that your heart seems to be conserving its efforts, making each contraction count, doing the minimum necessary work to keep blood flowing and life continuing. This extreme slowing is a sign of the deepest rest, the state in which the body can perform its most profound restoration. In this state, damaged cells are repaired, toxins are processed and eliminated, neural pathways are strengthened or pruned according to need, memories are consolidated and integrated. The body is doing work that can only be done in these deep rest states, work that accumulates if missed, that leads to illness and breakdown if neglected for too long. But you're not neglecting it tonight. Tonight you're giving your body exactly what it needs, hours and hours of profound rest, of complete stillness, of total safety that allows every system to downshift and focus on repair rather than vigilance. This is a gift you're giving yourself, perhaps the most important gift there is. Not productivity or achievement or accumulation, but rest. Simple, profound, healing rest. The wool blanket has become slightly damp around the edges from the humidity in the air. Not wet, just damp, holding moisture the way wool does, and in doing so actually becoming warmer, as the moisture releases heat. Wool is miraculous stuff. You think drowsily. It keeps you warm even when wet. It breathes, allowing moisture to escape while retaining heat. Humans have known this for thousands of years, have been using wool since they first domesticated sheep, have wrapped themselves in it through countless cold nights, countless storms. This blanket is part of that ancient lineage, doing what wool blankets have always done, keeping humans warm, keeping them comfortable, keeping them alive. The rain on the roof has developed an almost musical quality now. Not a melody exactly, it's too random for that, but a rhythm that suggests music, that hints at pattern without quite achieving it. It's like listening to a drummer warming up, exploring rhythms without committing to a song, finding the groove without playing the tune. Your brain wants to find the pattern, wants to predict when the next heavy drop will fall, wants to understand the rhythm. But it can't, and eventually it stops trying, accepts the essential randomness, relaxes into the uncertainty. This acceptance of randomness, of unpredictability, of not knowing, this is part of what allows such deep rest. When you stop trying to predict and control, when you surrender to the fundamental uncertainty of existence, when you accept that you can't know what the next moment will bring, something in you relaxes at the deepest level. The constant vigilance that characterizes normal waking consciousness, the part of you that's always scanning for threats and planning for contingencies, finally stands down. You can't predict when the next raindrop will fall, and that's okay. You don't need to predict it. You can simply let it fall when it falls and be surprised each time, or not surprised, or beyond surprise entirely, just present with what is. The cabin around you feels not just protective but nurturing, almost maternal in its sheltering embrace. It holds you the way a mother holds a child, completely and without reservation, asking nothing in return, simply providing the safety and warmth that allows growth and rest and healing. You are held, you realize, not just by the chair but by the cabin, and not just by the cabin but by the mountain, and not just by the mountain but by the earth itself. You are cradled in nested circles of care, each layer providing its own form of support, its own gift of shelter. And you receive this care without resistance, without the usual human impulse to prove you don't need help, to demonstrate independence, to be self-sufficient. Tonight you are not self-sufficient. Tonight you need this chair, this cabin, this mountain, this earth. Tonight you are dependent, vulnerable, in need of shelter. And there's no shame in this, no weakness. This is the human condition. We need shelter, we need warmth, we need protection from the elements. We always have, and we always will. And acknowledging this need, accepting it, surrendering to it, is not defeat but wisdom. The rain falls. The candles burn. The darkness holds. And you rest in the center of it all, so deeply at peace that peace itself seems too active a word for what you're experiencing. Not peace, but something deeper than peace. Not rest, but something more complete than rest. A state beyond words, beyond concepts, beyond anything that can be named or described. Just this. Just being. Just the eternal now that never stops being now. The rain falls on. The darkness deepens. The candles burn lower. And you rest in the center of it all, held by the mountain, sheltered by the cabin, serenaded by the storm, floating in a peace so deep that it feels like you've discovered the still point at the center of the turning world. Something is shifting, though the shift is so subtle that it takes a long time to notice it. The rain is still falling. It has never stopped, but there's a quality to it now that feels different. Perhaps it's falling slightly less heavily than before. Or perhaps the wind has changed direction, altering the angle at which the rain hits the cabin. Or perhaps your perception has changed, your hearing having adapted so completely to the sound that you're now detecting nuances that were invisible before. Whatever the cause, something has shifted. The storm has reached a turning point, that imperceptible moment when things begin their slow journey from climax back toward resolution. You sense this change not consciously, but somewhere deeper, in the part of your awareness that exists below thought, below words. The storm is still here, still present, still filling the night with rain. But it has peaked. It has given most of what it came to give. Now it's beginning the long, gradual process of winding down, of releasing its hold on the mountain, of preparing to move on to wherever storms go when their work is done. This turning point in the storm mirrors something happening in you. You've reached the deepest point of your rest, the nadir of consciousness, the place where you went so far into stillness that you almost disappeared entirely. And now, just as the storm begins its slow arc back toward ending, you begin your slow arc back toward waking. Not yet. You're still deeply at rest, still floating in that space between sleep and waking. But the direction has changed. You're no longer descending but holding, and soon, hours from now, but soon in the larger sense, you'll begin to ascend, to gradually return to the surface of consciousness, to slowly reconnect with a world of movement and thought and purpose. But that's still far away. For now, you remain in this deep place, this still point, this pause between the descent and the ascent. You rest here, suspended, held, completely at peace. The turning point has been reached, but the turn itself will take hours to complete. Everything happens slowly at this depth. Time moves like cold honey, thick and slow and sweet. The rain continues its endless percussion, but within that percussion you can now detect patterns that you couldn't hear before. There's a rhythm to how the intensity varies, not a regular rhythm like music, but an organic rhythm like breathing or waves. The rain builds slightly, maintains that level for a while, then eases back, then builds again. These cycles last minutes, or perhaps tens of minutes. They're too slow to follow consciously, but your body registers them, responds to them, breathes with them. One of the pillar candles on the mantel has burned down to just a stub now. The flame has dropped below the level of the wax pool that surrounds it, burning in a small well. It will last perhaps another hour, maybe less, before the wax is exhausted and the flame releases its hold on existence. When it goes out, the cabin will be darker still, but not dark enough to disturb. Never dark enough to disturb. The darkness here is friendly, familiar, a companion rather than a threat. Your body has entered a different phase of rest. For hours you've been in that deep, motionless state where all systems slow to their minimum levels. But now, imperceptibly, things are beginning to shift. Your breathing is still very slow, but perhaps not quite as slow as it was. Your heart rate is still low, but perhaps a few beats per minute faster than its lowest point. These are tiny changes, barely measurable, but they signal the beginning of your body's preparation to eventually, return to a more active state. This is how the body works. Even in deepest rest, it's never entirely static. It cycles through different stages of sleep and rest, each serving its own purpose, each providing its own form of restoration. You've been through the deepest stages now. Your body has done the work that required profound stillness and minimal brain activity. Now it's moving into other stages, other forms of rest that are still deeply restorative but slightly less disconnected from waking consciousness. You become aware of dreams flickering at the edges of your consciousness, or perhaps memories, or perhaps something that's neither quite dream nor quite memory, but some hybrid of the two. Images arise and dissolve, a garden in rain, roses heavy with water, a street at night, reflections in puddles, a childhood window, watching storm. These images don't cohere into narrative. They're just fragments, moments, flashes of rain-colored memory or imagination drifting through the dim space of your mind. You don't engage with these images. You simply let them pass, the way you've been letting everything pass tonight. Thoughts, sensations, sounds, all of it arising and dissolving, appearing and disappearing, none of it requiring attention or response. This passive awareness is one of the deepest skills of rest, learning to be present with experience without engaging it, to witness without participating, to allow without interfering. The rain on the window has slowed slightly. The streams running down the glass are thinner now, less urgent. They still flow, still trace their wandering paths from top to bottom, but with less force, less insistence. The rain is gentling, softening, beginning its long transition from downpour to drizzle to mist to memory. This process will take hours yet, but it has begun. The storm is releasing its grip on this mountain, opening its hand, letting go. And you too are beginning to let go, though of what you're not entirely sure. Perhaps you're letting go of the need to hold yourself together, to maintain the boundaries that usually define your sense of self. Perhaps you're letting go of time, of past and future, sinking so completely into the present that nothing else exists. Perhaps you're letting go of effort, of striving, of the constant human impulse to do and achieve and become. Whatever it is, you feel it loosening, releasing, falling away like leaves from autumn trees. The wool blanket has warmed completely from your body heat, has become part of your personal atmosphere, part of the microclimate that surrounds you. The weight of it is comforting in a way that goes beyond physical comfort. It's like being held, being embraced, being told without words that you're safe and protected and that you can let go completely. You've forgotten what it feels like to not have this blanket, to be uncovered, exposed. It's become as much a part of you as your own skin. Your face has gone beyond numbness into something else, a kind of non-existence. You have no face, or rather, you have a face in the sense that you know intellectually that your face is there, but you have no sensation of it, no felt sense of its presence. Your jaw, your cheeks, your forehead, your closed eyes, all of it has faded from your sensory map, leaving only a vague awareness of space where face should be. This disappearance of sensation is profound rest's signature. When the body stops sending signals because there's nothing wrong, nothing that needs attention, nothing that requires adjustment, consciousness can finally stop monitoring and simply float free. The creek in the forest sounds different now, or perhaps you're hearing it differently. It's still rushing, still swollen from hours of rain, but there's a quality to the sound that suggests it may have reached its peak. The water level is high, but it's not rising any more. It's found its level and is maintaining it, flowing fast but not faster, full but not fuller. The creek, like the storm, has turned the corner from building to sustaining, and eventually it will turn another corner from sustaining to receding. But not yet. For now, it flows at this high level, carrying mountain water down toward the valley, toward the river, toward the sea. You think about how water always finds its level, always flows downhill, always seeks the lowest point. It's not striving or trying. It's simply following the fundamental laws of physics, doing what water does, being what water is. There's something peaceful in this image, something that speaks to the deepest parts of you. You too can stop striving, stop trying, stop pushing uphill. You can simply flow, simply follow your nature, simply do what you do and be what you are. Like water, you can trust that the universe has physics, has laws, has a structure that will guide you where you need to go without effort, without struggle, without constant vigilance and control. The candles cast their light on the cabin walls, creating patches of warm illumination separated by areas of deep shadow. These pools of light have shrunk as the candles have burned down, the flames lower now, less able to throw their light far into the room. The cabin is darker than it was hours ago, more intimate, more enclosed. The visible world has contracted, leaving only this small sphere of perception, the chair, the nearby wall, the window with its rain-streaked glass. Everything else has been absorbed by darkness, exists now only as memory or imagination rather than immediate presence. This contraction of the perceptual world is comforting rather than claustrophobic. It's like being in a cocoon, a protective wrapping that defines a small, safe space within the larger unknown. You don't need to see the whole cabin, don't need to see the forest or the mountain or the sky. You need only this chair, this warmth, this darkness, this rain. Everything else can fade away, can cease to exist for now. This small sphere is enough. This small sphere is everything. Your breathing continues its slow rhythm, but now you notice something you hadn't before. There's a very slight sound to it, a barely audible whisper of air moving through your throat and mouth. Not a snore, not even quite a sound, just the faintest indication that air is moving, that breath is happening. You've been so silent for so long that even this tiny sound seems significant, seems loud against the backdrop of your stillness. But it's not disturbing. It's just another thread in the tapestry of sound that makes up this moment. The rain, the wind, the cabin's creaks, and now your breath, all woven together into a single sonic experience. The storm has given so much tonight. It has given rain to nourish the earth, sound to lull you toward rest, rhythm to entrain your breath and heartbeat, white noise to quiet your thoughts, and most importantly, it has given permission to stop, to rest, to do nothing but exist in this moment. The storm's presence is an excuse, a reason, a justification for complete rest. While it rains, you cannot go anywhere. While it rains, you cannot do anything. While it rains, you can only sit here, wrapped in wool, surrounded by candles and darkness, listening to water fall and letting everything else fall away. And you are grateful for this gift, this enforced rest, this weather-mandated stillness. The storm has done what you couldn't do for yourself, given you permission to stop moving, stop achieving, stop being productive. The storm has said, "Rest now," and you have obeyed, and in obeying you have found something precious, something that gets lost in the busyness of normal life. You have found stillness. You have found silence beneath sound. You have found the place where you end and the world begins, or where you and the world merge, or where both happen simultaneously in a paradox that doesn't need resolution. The rain falls. The candles burn. The night deepens toward its end, though that end is still hours away. And you rest in the turning point, in the pivot between descent and ascent, in the still point where everything pauses before continuing, in the breath between inhale and exhale, in the eternal now that contains all moments and no moments, and this moment absolutely and completely. You are rest. Rest is you. There is no difference any more. The rain has settled into what feels like its final form, not heavy, not light, but perfectly steady, perfectly consistent, as though it has found the exact rate at which it wants to fall and plans to maintain it indefinitely. Each drop is like every other drop. Each moment sounds like every other moment. The rain has become a constant, a baseline, the fundamental tone against which everything else is measured. It's no longer an event that's happening, but rather a state of being, a condition of the night that seems as permanent and unchangeable as the darkness itself. You exist within this constancy, held by it, defined by it. Your sense of self has become so diffuse, so spread out, that you're not entirely sure where you end and the rain begins. Are you listening to the rain, or has the rain become part of your consciousness? Are you inside the cabin, or has the cabin become interior to you? These questions arise without urgency, drift through your awareness without demanding answers, and dissolve back into the general stillness without leaving a trace. The candles have entered their final phase. 2 of the 3 pillars on the mantel still burn, their flames small but steady, floating in deep wells of liquid wax. The 3rd has burned out entirely, leaving only a pool of hardened wax and a blackened wick. The taper candles on the table are long gone. The jar candle on the shelf flickers occasionally, its flame reflecting off the glass that contains it, multiplying itself into several smaller flames that dance and merge and separate. The light in the cabin is perhaps half what it was when you first arrived, and this dimness is perfect, is exactly right for this late hour of the night. Your body has found a state of equilibrium, a balance point where all systems run at their optimal rest rate. Your breathing is slow but steady, perhaps 6 or 7 breaths per minute. Your heart beats 40 or 50 times per minute, slow for waking, but not dangerously slow, just optimally slow for deep rest. Your temperature has dropped slightly as your metabolism has slowed, but the blanket compensates perfectly, maintaining your comfort. Every variable has found its set point, and everything hums along at these low, sustainable levels, requiring no adjustment, no intervention, no conscious oversight. This is the body in its rest mode, doing exactly what millions of years of evolution designed it to do during sleep. Even though you're not quite asleep, there's still that thread of awareness, that dim light of consciousness that hasn't entirely extinguished. Your body is treating this as sleep, is doing sleep's work of repair and restoration and recalibration. Cells throughout your body are fixing their DNA, clearing out damaged proteins, restocking their energy reserves. Your immune system is manufacturing antibodies, cataloging the threats it has encountered, preparing for future challenges. Your brain is consolidating memories, strengthening important neural connections, pruning unnecessary ones, doing the maintenance work that can only happen when consciousness dims. All of this happens without your knowledge or participation. You are simply providing the conditions, the stillness, the safety, the deep rest, and your body does the rest. This is one of the profound mysteries of being alive. Most of what keeps you alive happens without you, beyond your control or even your awareness. Your heart beats without instruction. Your cells metabolize without supervision. Your immune system fights battles you never know about. The body is its own intelligence, its own wisdom, and in moments like this, when you finally stop interfering with your own rest, that wisdom can fully express itself. The rain on the roof has created a kind of time-cancelling effect. When every moment sounds the same, when there's no variation to mark the passage of time, when now sounds identical to 5 minutes ago and will sound identical to 5 minutes from now, time loses its forward motion. You exist in a perpetual present, a now that neither advances nor retreats, but simply is, endlessly, unchangingly. This is the timelessness that mystics speak of, the eternal present that exists outside the stream of causality and consequence. And you found it not through spiritual practice or meditation technique, but simply by sitting still in a chair while rain falls on a roof. The forest around the cabin is invisible but present, defined entirely by sound. You can hear the different densities of trees by how the rain sounds passing through them. The dense clusters where rain is filtered through layer after layer of needles, arriving at the ground as mist more than drops. The sparse areas where rain falls more directly, creating a sharper patter on the forest floor. You can hear the topography too, the way water gathers and flows, indicating slopes and depressions, high points and low points. The invisible landscape is mapped in sound, understood through listening rather than seeing. Somewhere out in that darkness, that invisible forest, animals are bedded down in their own forms of shelter. Deer under dense brush, their breath steaming in the cool air. Birds tucked into tree hollows, heads under wings, waiting for dawn. Small mammals in burrows underground, warm and dry in their elaborate tunnel systems. Everyone has found their place to wait out the storm, to rest while the rain does its work. The forest is full of rest tonight, full of creatures surrendered to stillness, to patience, to the simple act of waiting for weather to pass. You are part of this community of resting beings, you realize. Not separate from them, but one of them. Another creature finding shelter, another life pausing in activity to let the storm pass. The fact that your shelter is made of cut wood and shaped stone rather than brush or burrows or tree hollows doesn't change the fundamental similarity. You are all doing the same thing, surviving the rain by not being in it, maintaining warmth by finding protection, waiting out the night by accepting that night must be waited out. The wool blanket shifts slightly as you take a deeper breath than usual, not intentionally, but your body occasionally needs to take these slightly larger breaths to ensure adequate oxygen exchange. The movement is minimal, barely perceptible, but in your heightened state of sensory awareness, it seems significant. You notice the texture of the wool against your hands again, the slight scratchiness that will never entirely loses no matter how soft it becomes with age. You notice its weight, its warmth, its presence as a boundary between your body and the cooler air of the cabin. and then your attention drifts away from the blanket, back to the rain, or perhaps just back to nothing, to the general field of awareness that holds everything without focusing on anything in particular. This is the nature of consciousness at this depth. It moves like water, flowing from one thing to another without effort, without decision, simply responding to whatever ripple crosses its surface. Something catches your attention for a moment, then releases it, and your attention flows on to the next thing, or to nothing, equally content with either. The candle flame nearest you wavers slightly, responding to some microcurrent of air too subtle for you to feel. The shadow it casts on the wall moves with it, growing and shrinking, a dark shape dancing slowly in the peripheral edge of your awareness. You watch this without really watching, aware of it without focusing on it, the way you might be aware of clouds moving across the sky while lying in a hammock on a summer afternoon, present to the experience but not engaged with it, witnessing but not participating. Your thoughts, when they arise at all now, are more like feelings than thoughts. Not verbal, not structured, just vague sensations of something. Contentment, maybe, or perhaps just existence, the simple isness of being alive, being here, being now. These thought feelings don't go anywhere, don't develop into anything more complex. They're complete in themselves, requiring no elaboration, no analysis, no response. They simply are, then they aren't, and in the space between them is just the rain, always the rain, the endless rain. The creek in the forest has maintained its rushing sound for hours now, but you're starting to notice, or imagine you notice, that it might be slightly quieter than before. Not obviously so, not in a way you could point to with certainty, but there's something about the quality of the sound that suggests the water level might have peaked and begun its slow decline. Or perhaps this is just wishful listening, your mind finding patterns where none exist. It doesn't matter. The creek will do what it does regardless of whether you hear it correctly. Everything will unfold as it must, whether you perceive it accurately or not. This acceptance of uncertainty, of not knowing, has become total now. You don't know what time it is. You've completely lost track. You don't know exactly how long you've been sitting here. Hours, certainly, but how many? You don't know when the rain will stop, soon or never. You don't know what tomorrow will bring, or next week, or next year. You don't know anything, really, beyond the immediate sensations of this moment, the support of the chair, the warmth of the blanket, the sound of rain. And this not knowing is not a problem to be solved, but a reality to be accepted, even celebrated. You are released from the burden of knowing, from the weight of certainty, from the exhausting work of maintaining the illusion of control. The darkness in the cabin seems to pulse very gently, growing slightly darker and slightly lighter in a rhythm that matches your breathing, or perhaps your breathing matches it. Cause and effect have become impossible to determine. The boundary between inner and outer has grown so thin, so permeable, that what affects one affects the other, and you can no longer say which is which. You breathe, and the darkness breathes with you. The rain falls, and your heartbeat echoes its rhythm. The candles flicker, and something in your consciousness flickers with them. Everything is connected, everything is one system, and you are not separate from it, but part of it, woven into it, indistinguishable from it. This is the deepest teaching of the rain, you think, or perhaps you don't think, but simply know, simply feel in your bones. That separation is an illusion, that the boundaries we perceive between self and other, between inside and outside, between me and not me, these boundaries are useful fictions, helpful conventions, but not ultimately real. At the deepest level, there is only one thing happening, one system unfolding, one pattern expressing itself in infinite variations. The rain is one expression. You are another. But the rain is not happening to you. It's happening with you, as you, through you. You are not listening to the rain. You are the listening, the rain, and the whole experience of rain being listened to, all at once, all one thing. The rain falls. The candles burn. The night continues its slow progression toward dawn, toward morning, toward the eventual end of the storm and the eventual return to activity and movement and the busyness of daily life. But that's all still far away, still on the other side of a gulf of rest that has not yet been crossed. For now there is only this: rain, darkness, warmth, peace, and the infinite present moment that contains all of it and asks nothing of you except that you be exactly as you are, exactly where you are, exactly when you are. And you are. Simply, completely, totally. You are. The rain falls. You are. The candles burn. You are. The night deepens. You are. And in this simple being, this pure existence without striving or becoming, you find a rest so complete that it feels like coming home after a long journey, like setting down a burden you didn't know you were carrying, like finally being allowed to stop. The rain falls. The candles burn. The darkness holds. And you rest in the center of it all, so deeply at peace that peace itself seems too active a word for what you're experiencing. Not peace, but something deeper than peace. Not rest, but something more complete than rest. A state beyond words, beyond concepts, beyond anything that can be named or described. Just this. Just being. Just the eternal now that never stops being now. The rain continues with a patience that seems almost intentional, as though it has taken on the role of guardian for the night, maintaining its watch while all beneath it rests. Each drop falls with the same commitment as the one before, creating a continuity of sound that has become as reliable as gravity, as constant as time itself. You have been listening to this rain for so long now that you can no longer imagine a world without it, can barely remember what silence sounded like before the storm arrived. The rain has become your reality, your atmosphere, the very medium through which existence happens. Your rest has deepened past the point where any conscious thought can track it. You are not asleep in the usual sense. That thread of awareness still persists, that faint light of consciousness still glows, but you are not awake either. You exist in some third state, some twilight zone of being where awareness continues but engagement has ceased entirely. You register the rain without listening to it. You sense the darkness without seeing it. You exist without trying to exist, breathe without thinking about breathing, are without any effort at being. The body's repair work continues in this deep place. Throughout your tissues, cells are completing their nightly maintenance. In your brain, glial cells are clearing away the metabolic waste that accumulated during the day's activity, flushing out toxins, restoring the chemical balance that allows neurons to function properly. In your muscles, tiny tears from the day's movements are being repaired, fibers rebuilding themselves slightly stronger than before. In your bones, old material is being broken down and new material deposited, the constant remodeling that keeps your skeleton strong. All of this happens in darkness and silence, the body's secret work that never stops, never rests, even as you rest. The candles on the mantel have burned down significantly. One of the two remaining pillars is nearly gone, its flame struggling in the last shallow pool of wax. Soon it will flicker, gutter, and go out, joining its companion in darkness. But the other pillar has more life left in it, perhaps an hour, perhaps two. It continues to burn with quiet determination, this small flame that has been your companion through the long night, that has pushed back against the darkness hour after hour, asking nothing, giving light. There is something moving in this faithfulness, something profound in the candle's simple fulfillment of its purpose. It does not question why it burns. It does not worry about how long it will last. It simply burns, moment by moment, giving what it has to give until there is nothing left to give. And isn't this what you've been doing tonight as well? Simply being what you are, moment by moment, not questioning or worrying or planning, just existing in this chair, breathing this air, listening to this rain, until rest is complete and it's time to be something else. The rain's sound has subtle variations that you're only now, after hours of listening, beginning to perceive. There's a very slow cycling in its intensity, not the quick surges of wind-driven rain, but a deeper rhythm that takes 10 or 15 minutes to complete a cycle. The rain builds almost imperceptibly, drop by drop, until it's slightly heavier than before. It maintains that level for a while, then just as gradually eases back to something lighter. Then the cycle begins again. It's like the breathing of some vast organism, the rain system inhaling and exhaling, expanding and contracting, following rhythms that operate on scales much larger than human perception usually registers. Your own breathing has entrained to this slower rhythm without your conscious awareness. You breathe with the rain cycles, your breath deepening slightly when the rain is heavier, growing shallower when it eases. This synchronization is not something you're doing. It's something that's happening to you, or through you, or as you. The boundaries between your body and the storm have become so permeable that you're no longer separate systems, but part of a larger whole, responding to the same forces, moving to the same rhythms. The darkness outside the windows is absolute now. If there was ever any ambient light from the sky, any residual glow from distant sources, it has been completely absorbed by the depth of night and the density of clouds. The world beyond the cabin might as well not exist. There is only the cabin, the candles, the rain, and you. Everything else has been erased, deleted, removed from the equation. This radical simplification is part of what makes such deep rest possible. When the world contracts to just a few essential elements, when complexity is reduced to the basics of shelter and sound, the mind can finally stop its constant processing and simply be. The leather of the chair has molded so perfectly to your body that you've ceased to feel it as a separate thing. You are chair-shaped now, or the chair is you-shaped, and the distinction no longer matters. The boundary where your body ends and the chair begins has blurred into irrelevance. You are one system now, body-chair, chair-body, resting together, supporting and being supported, giving and receiving simultaneously. Somewhere in your deep rest, dreams are beginning to form, though whether you're asleep enough to call them dreams is unclear. Images float through your awareness like leaves on a dark stream. A rain-soaked garden, flowers heavy with water, a distant mountain, mist rising from its slopes, a candle burning in an empty room, its light reflecting in a rain-streaked window. These images have the quality of dreams, disconnected, symbolic, emotionally charged without clear reason, but they also have the quality of thoughts, of memory, of imagination. Perhaps at this depth, there's no real difference between these categories. Perhaps dreams and thoughts and memories are all the same thing, just consciousness expressing itself in different modes. The rain on the roof creates overtones that you haven't noticed before, harmonics that emerge from the fundamental percussion. When thousands of drops hit in near unison, they create a kind of chord, a complex sound made up of many frequencies vibrating together. Your ears pick out these overtones unconsciously, your brain processing the acoustic information without bringing it to conscious awareness. The result is a richness to the rain's sound, a depth and dimension that goes beyond simple noise, approaching something almost musical. This musicality of rain has been recognized by humans for thousands of years. Every culture has music that imitates rain, instruments designed to recreate its sound. There's something in the human nervous system that responds to rain, that finds it soothing and centering and right. Perhaps it's evolutionary. Those ancestors who could rest during rain, who could be comfortable while water fell, had advantages over those who remained stressed and vigilant. Or perhaps it's more fundamental than evolution, something about the way rain sounds that just fits with the way human consciousness works, like a key fitting into a lock. Your face has long since lost all expression, all tension, all sign of the personality that usually animates it. In this state of deep rest, you wear no mask, maintain no appearance, project no image. Your face is simply flesh arranged in whatever configuration requires the least energy to maintain. If someone could see you now, they wouldn't recognize the usual social being that you present to the world. They would see something more fundamental, more essential, just a human animal resting, vulnerable and open and utterly without defense. This vulnerability is part of what makes shelter so necessary. To rest this deeply, you must be completely safe. The slightest threat, the smallest danger, would prevent this level of surrender. Your nervous system must be convinced, at the deepest level, that all is well, that no vigilance is required, that you can let go completely without consequence. The cabin provides this safety. Its walls, its roof, its door, its fundamental solidity, all of this communicates safety to your nervous system, gives it permission to stand down, to cease its constant scanning for threats. And your nervous system has accepted this permission. The part of your brain that usually maintains a baseline level of alertness has gone quiet. The constant low-level anxiety that characterizes modern life, the sense that you should be doing something, achieving something, worried about something, has dissolved completely. You have nowhere to be, nothing to do, no one to please, no goals to achieve, no problems to solve. Just this: rest, rain, darkness, peace. The rain continues to fall on the saturated earth around the cabin. By now, every surface must be completely soaked. The ground, the trees, the rocks, everything holding as much water as it can hold. The excess runs off in rivulets and streams, all flowing downward, following gravity's patient pull toward the valley floor. This water will travel far before it stops. Down the mountain, across plains, through cities and farms and wilderness, eventually reaching the ocean, where it will evaporate and rise and form clouds and fall again somewhere else, continuing the endless cycle. And you are part of this cycle too, made of water, constantly exchanging water with your environment, drinking it in and breathing it out, sweating it and crying it and eliminating it, only to take in more. The water in your body right now has been in other bodies before. Human bodies, animal bodies, plant bodies. It has been rain and river and ocean and cloud. It has fallen as snow on distant mountains, has been frozen in glaciers, has risen as steam from tropical forests. This water has traveled the world countless times, has been recycled through countless forms, and now it's here, in you, part of your body, part of your consciousness, part of this moment of rest. The wool blanket has become slightly damp from the humidity, but wool's remarkable property of staying warm even when wet means you feel no chill. If anything, the dampness makes the blanket feel heavier, more substantial, more like an embrace. You are surrounded by wool and leather and wood and stone, all natural materials, all taken from the earth and shaped by human hands into shelter and comfort. These materials know how to hold warmth, how to provide protection, how to create safety. They've been doing it for thousands of years, will continue doing it for thousands more. One of the candles, the smaller pillar on the left side of the mantel, finally gives up its hold on light. The flame shrinks to a point, flickers one last time, and goes out. A thin trail of smoke rises from the wick, grey in the candlelight from the remaining flames, rising straight up in the still air before dispersing into the darkness above. The cabin is dimmer now, but not significantly so. The remaining candle burns on, faithful to its task, giving what light it has to give. And you rest on, faithful to your own task of being nothing, doing nothing, simply existing in this chair in this cabin on this mountain, while rain falls and candles burn and the long night slowly moves toward its eventual end. The rest you found here is a gift you're giving yourself, perhaps the most important gift there is. Not achievement or success or any external measure of worth, but this, the gift of stopping, of being still, of allowing your body and mind to restore themselves in their own time and their own way. The rain falls. Your breath flows. The darkness holds. And you rest in the center of it all, so deeply at peace that peace itself has become invisible, has become the water you swim in, the air you breathe, the very substance of your existence in this timeless, perfect now. The rain falls. The candles burn. The night deepens toward its end, though that end is still hours away. And you rest in the turning point, in the pivot between descent and ascent, in the still point where everything pauses before continuing, in the breath between inhale and exhale, in the eternal now that contains all moments and no moments and this moment absolutely and completely. Something is changing, though the change is so gradual, so gentle, that it's almost impossible to identify when it began. Perhaps it started minutes ago, or perhaps it's just beginning now. The rain still falls. It will continue falling for hours yet, but there's a quality to your rest that has shifted. You are still deeply at peace, still profoundly relaxed, but you're no longer sinking deeper. The descent has stopped. You've reached the bottom, touched the deepest point, and now, almost imperceptibly, you've begun the long, slow journey back toward the surface of consciousness. This return is nothing like waking in the usual sense. You're not becoming alert or active or ready to engage with the world. You're simply becoming slightly less absent, slightly more present, slightly closer to the threshold that separates sleep from waking. The movement is measured in millimeters rather than miles, in whispers rather than shouts. It will take hours yet before you're anything resembling awake. For now, you simply notice that the direction has changed, that you're no longer falling but floating, no longer descending but holding steady, preparing for the eventual, gradual rise. The rain's sound remains constant, but your relationship to it has shifted subtly. Earlier, you had merged with the sound so completely that you couldn't distinguish yourself from it. Now, there's the faintest sense of separation returning, the smallest awareness that you are here and the rain is there, that you are listening and the rain is what is being listened to. This distinction is barely perceptible, more felt than thought, but it marks a change nonetheless. Consciousness is beginning to remember itself, to recall that it is consciousness rather than simply being the rain, the darkness, the chair. Your breathing has deepened slightly, not quite as slow as it was at the lowest point of rest. Where before you might have breathed 3 or 4 times per minute, now you breathe perhaps 5 or 6 times. This is still very slow, still the breathing of deep rest, but it's fractionally faster, fractionally more active. Your body is beginning its preparation for waking, though waking itself is still hours away. These preparations happen slowly, incrementally, your body shifting by degrees from its deepest rest state back toward functionality. The remaining candle on the mantel continues its steady burn, but it too has changed. The wax pool around it has grown larger, the flame has settled lower, and the light it casts has a different quality. Warmer perhaps, more golden, more concentrated. Or perhaps it's your perception that has changed, your eyes becoming slightly more responsive, slightly less turned inward and more oriented toward the external world. You're beginning to see again, in the most minimal way, beginning to register visual input rather than simply existing in the darkness behind your closed eyelids. The darkness itself seems different now, less absolute, less all-encompassing. It's still dark, the night is still deep, the storm still blocks any celestial light, but the darkness feels less like a presence and more like an absence again, less like something you're immersed in and more like something that surrounds you. The boundaries are reasserting themselves, slowly and gently, the boundaries between self and other, between inside and outside, between you and the world. You become aware of your body in a way you haven't been for hours. Not painfully aware, not uncomfortable, just aware. You can feel your feet now, where before they were completely numb and absent. There's a tingling in them, the first stirrings of blood flow returning to normal patterns. Your hands, too, are beginning to return to sensation, the coolness of them becoming noticeable again, though not unpleasant. Your body is checking in with itself, doing an inventory, preparing for the eventual return to movement and activity. But that return is still far off. For now, you remain utterly still, utterly relaxed, maintaining the rest even as the deepest phase of it passes. This is an important skill, this ability to rest even as you begin the slow return from rest's deepest reaches. Many people, as they start to emerge from deep sleep or rest, immediately abandon the rest entirely, rushing back to wakefulness. But you remain here, honoring the slow process, allowing the ascent to take as long as it needs to take, trusting that your body knows the right pace for this transition. The rain on the roof has entered a phase of complete consistency. No more variations in intensity, no more cycles of heavier and lighter. Just steady, reliable, continuous rain, falling at the same rate it has been falling for what feels like forever. This constancy is deeply reassuring. The world has not changed while you rested. The storm is still here, still providing its blanket of sound, still giving you permission to remain exactly where you are. There is no urgency, no reason to move, no demand being made on you. The forest around the cabin is beginning to shift toward dawn, though dawn itself is still hours away. You can't see this shift, can barely sense it, but it's happening nonetheless. The nocturnal animals are beginning to think about returning to their dens and burrows. The diurnal creatures are beginning to stir in their sleep, their bodies preparing for the day ahead even though they remain at rest. The trees themselves are beginning their daily cycle, preparing to open their stomata when light comes, to begin the work of photosynthesis, to draw water up from their roots toward their leaves and needles. Everything in the forest moves in cycles, and you are part of these cycles. Your body has its own circadian rhythms, its own deep programming that responds to light and dark, to the passage of hours, to the approach of dawn. Even here in the cabin, sheltered from direct sight of the sky, your body knows approximately what time it is, knows that the night has passed its midpoint and is now in its latter half. And your body is responding to this knowledge, beginning its slow preparation for the day ahead, even as it maintains the deep rest that is still needed. The wool blanket shifts slightly as you breathe, and you notice its texture more clearly now than you did in the deepest part of rest. The individual fibers, the weave, the weight of it, all of this becomes slightly more present, slightly more defined. Your sensory awareness is returning in small increments, bringing the world back into focus one detail at a time. But this return is gentle, non-intrusive, not demanding engagement or response. The blanket is just there, being itself, and you notice it, and that's enough. Your thoughts, which have been nearly absent for hours, begin to return in the most tentative way. Not full thoughts yet, not verbal or structured, but more like pre-thoughts, the raw material from which thoughts are formed. A vague wondering about what time it might be, a distant awareness that eventually you will need to move, to stand, to return to activity. These proto-thoughts arise and dissolve without developing into anything more substantial, without hooking your attention or pulling you out of rest. They're just there, like leaves floating on the surface of a pond, present but not significant. The creek in the forest definitely sounds quieter now. You can tell with more confidence that the water level has passed its peak and begun to recede. It's still flowing strongly, still swollen from the night's rain, but the manic rush of earlier hours has moderated into something more sustainable, more controlled. The creek is finding its balance, settling into a flow rate that it can maintain for hours or days if needed, rather than the unsustainable flood of the storm's peak. This moderation mirrors what's happening in you. The deepest, most intense phase of rest has passed. Now you're settling into a different kind of rest, still deep, still restorative, but more sustainable, less extreme. You could maintain this level of rest for many more hours if needed, whereas the deepest phase you passed through earlier can only be sustained for limited periods before the body naturally begins to shift toward waking. The candle flame wavers slightly, catching a draught from somewhere, perhaps from the fireplace, where the last embers have finally gone completely cold, creating a slight downward draw of air. The shadow the candle casts moves with the flame, dancing across the wall in slow, hypnotic patterns. You watch this movement with half-closed eyes, neither fully attentive nor entirely unaware, existing in that perfect balance of engagement and detachment that characterizes this phase of rest. Your jaw has relaxed from its deepest slackness, closing slightly, no longer hanging completely open. Your facial muscles have just enough tone now to maintain a more neutral expression, rather than the complete absence of expression that marked the deepest rest. You are returning to yourself in small ways, remembering what it means to have a face, to have a body, to be a person rather than simply a point of awareness floating in darkness and rain. But this return is welcome, not disturbing. You're not being yanked from rest, but rather allowed to emerge from it naturally, in your own time, at your own pace. The storm continues to give you permission to rest. The cabin continues to shelter you. The darkness continues to hold you. Nothing is demanding that you wake, that you move, that you become active again. The slow ascent can take as long as it needs to take. The rain continues its patient falling, and you continue your patient resting, and the night continues its slow wheel toward morning. Hours remain before dawn. Hours remain before the storm will pass. Hours remain before you'll need to stir from this chair, stretch your stiff limbs, return fully to the world of activity and purpose and doing. For now, there is only this: the ongoing rain, the persistent darkness, the steady candle flame, and your deep, abiding rest that has passed its lowest point and begun its gradual return toward waking while still honoring the restorative power of stillness. You breathe. The rain falls. The candle burns. And you rest in the slow ascent, in the gentle return, in the patient emergence from the deepest depths of peace back toward the surface of consciousness, taking your time, honoring the process, trusting that your body knows exactly what it's doing and exactly how long it needs to do it. The night holds you still. The rain sings on, and you rest in the turning, in the slow pivot from descent to ascent, from sinking to rising, from deepest night toward eventual dawn, though dawn is still far away, still on the other side of much darkness and rain and continued rest, and you are. Simply, completely, totally. You are. The rain falls. You are. The candles burn. You are. The night deepens. You are. And in this simple being, this pure existence without striving or becoming, you find a rest so complete that it feels like coming home after a long journey, like setting down a burden you didn't know you were carrying, like finally being allowed to stop. The ascent continues so gradually that each moment feels identical to the last, yet somehow, over the span of minutes, you are changing. Consciousness is returning in droplets, like the rain itself, one small increment of awareness, then another, accumulating so slowly that you barely notice the process. You remain deeply at rest, profoundly peaceful, but there is more of you now than there was before. More presence, more awareness, more sense of being someone in particular rather than just pure consciousness floating in darkness. The rain maintains its steady rhythm, but your ears are beginning to separate sounds again that had earlier merged into one unified field. You can distinguish the rain on the roof from the rain on the ground, the drip from the eaves from the patter on the windows, the rustle of rain through pine boughs from the splash of rain into puddles. Each sound has its own character again, its own identity, rather than all being part of one undifferentiated whole. Your brain is waking up, beginning to do its work of categorizing and distinguishing, of making sense of sensory input rather than simply receiving it. Your body has continued its preparations for eventual movement. Circulation has increased slightly, bringing more blood to your extremities. Your hands and feet, which were cold and numb for so long, now have temperature and sensation again. You can feel your fingers where they rest on the armrests, can sense your toes inside whatever footwear you wore up the mountain. Your body is remembering itself, piece by piece, limb by limb, reconstructing its map of physical existence after hours of near dissolution. The candle on the mantel has perhaps 30 minutes of life left in it, maybe an hour if it burns slowly. The wax pool is deep now, and the flame floats in its center, small but bright, a concentrated point of light in the encompassing darkness. You watch it with more attention than you could have mustered hours ago, actually seeing it rather than just vaguely sensing it. The flame is beautiful, you realize. The way it moves, never still but never erratic, following some complex physics of heat and air and fuel that results in this graceful, dancing light. The cabin around you is becoming more defined again, more present. The walls that had dissolved into darkness are reasserting their presence. You can sense the dimensions of the space, not large, but adequate, perfectly sized for one person seeking solitude and rest. The ceiling is there above you, sloped to shed rain. The floor is there beneath you, solid and level. The door is there, closed against the night. The window is there, rain-streaked glass reflecting the candle's light. The cabin is a real place again, not just an abstract concept of shelter, but an actual structure with dimensions and materials and presence. Your sense of time is beginning to return as well. Not precise time, you still have no idea what hour the clock would show, but relative time, the sense that you've been sitting here for many hours, that the night has progressed significantly, that dawn, while still distant, is no longer impossibly far away. You're starting to inhabit time again rather than existing outside it, starting to feel its passage rather than being suspended in an eternal now. With this return of time comes the faintest stirring of future thinking. Not plans exactly, not obligations or duties, but just a vague awareness that this night will end, that you will eventually stand from this chair, that life will resume its ordinary rhythms. These thoughts don't disturb you. They're too distant, too abstract to generate any anxiety. They're just there, on the horizon of consciousness, reminding you that rest, however deep and complete, is always temporary, always a pause rather than a stopping. But the pause continues for now. You're not ready to end it, and the storm is not ready to release you. The rain still falls steadily, maintaining its permission for continued rest. The darkness still holds. The cabin still shelters. All the conditions that allowed you to rest so deeply are still present, still supporting you, still inviting you to take all the time you need before returning fully to waking consciousness. Your breathing has settled into a new rhythm, deeper and slower than waking breath, but not as slow as the barely there breathing of the deepest rest. Perhaps 8 or 10 breaths per minute now, each one full and satisfying, each one exchanging plenty of air without any sense of effort or urgency. This is the breathing of someone deeply asleep, or someone in meditation, or someone in that liminal space between the two. It's restful breathing, restorative breathing, the kind of breathing that heals and renews. The wool blanket has dried slightly as your body heat has increased with improved circulation. It's less damp now, more like its original texture, though still warm and heavy and comforting. You're aware of its weight on your lap, its texture under your hands, its smell of lanolin and cedar. These sensory details, which had disappeared into the general field of awareness during deepest rest, are coming back online now, becoming distinct again, contributing to your sense of being embodied, being present, being here in this particular place at this particular time. The forest outside has entered its quietest hour, the hour before dawn when even the nocturnal creatures have mostly settled and the diurnal ones haven't yet stirred. The only sounds are the rain and the wind. The only movements are the swaying of trees and the flowing of water. It's as though the forest itself is holding its breath, waiting for something, poised between night and day, between activity and rest, in its own liminal space that mirrors yours. You think about the animals out there, the deer and the owls and the mice, all of them resting in their own ways, waiting for the rain to pass or for morning to come. You feel a kinship with them, a connection born of sharing this mountain, this storm, this long night. They don't know you're here, of course, and you can't see them, but you're all part of the same ecosystem, all subject to the same weather, all living our parallel lives on these forested slopes. This thought creates a sense of belonging, of being part of something larger than yourself, of being woven into the fabric of this place. The rain's sound has become less prominent in your awareness, not because it has lessened. It hasn't, but because your attention has begun to fragment slightly, to divide itself among multiple objects rather than being absorbed entirely by one sound. You hear the rain, yes, but you also hear the wind. You notice the candle flame. You sense the chair beneath you. You're beginning to multitask again in the smallest way, beginning to do the cognitive work of juggling multiple streams of sensory input, which is what normal consciousness does constantly, but which you haven't done in hours. This return of ordinary cognitive function is both a loss and a gain. You lose the profound simplicity of the deepest rest, the state where awareness had one object only and merged with it completely. But you gain back yourself, your agency, your ability to think and reflect and make meaning from experience. Both states have value. Both are necessary, and the fact that you've spent hours in the simpler state means you'll return to the complex state refreshed, renewed, ready to handle its demands with more grace and patience than before. Your face has more expression now. Not much, but some. Your mouth is closed. Your eyes, while still shut, move slightly beneath their lids, processing whatever images or thoughts are drifting through your consciousness. Your forehead has a few lines again, signs of thought, of engagement, of being a person with a history and a personality and a particular way of being in the world. You're becoming yourself again after hours of being no one in particular, just consciousness resting, awareness floating, presence existing without personal characteristics. The creek's sound has moderated further. It's still audible, still flowing with more volume than its usual trickle, but the rush has become more of a gurgle, the flood has become more of a flow. The water is finding its preferred channels, settling into sustainable patterns, returning to something more like its normal behavior even though the rain continues. The forest is absorbing the water now, storing it, using it, rather than being overwhelmed by it. Everything is finding its balance. And you are finding your balance too, between rest and waking, between deep peace and active consciousness, between the profound dissolution of self and the necessary reconstruction of identity. You're in the middle place, the between place, neither fully one thing nor fully the other. And there's no rush to choose, no pressure to land definitively on one side or the other. You can inhabit this middle place for as long as you need to, can remain in the gradual transition, honoring both where you've been and where you're going. The candle flame flickers more noticeably now as drafts move through the cabin. The air is beginning to stir slightly, responding to the tiny temperature differences created by the last ember finally going completely cold, by your body heat, by the cooling effect of the rain-saturated air outside. These air movements are subtle, barely perceptible, but they create enough motion to make the candle flame dance more actively than it has in hours. The dancing flame creates dancing shadows, and the shadows create a sense of aliveness in the cabin, of energy, of movement within stillness. You watch these shadows with something approaching interest, which is itself a sign of returning engagement. For hours you watched nothing, registered nothing, cared about nothing. But now you're beginning to find things interesting again, beginning to engage with the world in the way that conscious minds do, with curiosity, with attention, with a desire to understand and appreciate. This is waking consciousness beginning to reassert itself, not forcefully but gently, inviting you back to participation rather than demanding it. The rain continues to fall, as it has for so many hours, as it might for many hours more. But your relationship with it has changed. It's no longer the entirety of your world, but rather one element of a more complex experience that includes your body, your thoughts, your awareness of the cabin and the candles and the gradually approaching dawn. The rain is beautiful, you think, actually think, in words, a full-formed thought. The rain is beautiful, and you are grateful for it, and for this night, and for this rest, and for this cabin, and for all the conditions that came together to create this experience of profound peace and restoration. Gratitude wells up in you, gentle and warm, not overwhelming but present, noticeable. Gratitude for the storm that gave you permission to rest. Gratitude for the cabin that gave you shelter. Gratitude for the chair that held you. Gratitude for your body that knew how to rest when given the chance. Gratitude for the darkness and the candles and the forest and the mountain and the simple fact of being alive, being here, being able to experience this perfect night of rain and rest. The rain falls. The candle burns. The darkness slowly, imperceptibly begins to think about becoming less dark, though dawn is still far off. And you rest in the slow return, in the gentle ascent, in the gradual reweaving of self and world and time, taking your time, honoring the process, grateful for where you've been and at peace with where you're going. The rain falls. Your breath flows. The darkness holds. And you rest in the center of it all, so deeply at peace that peace itself has become invisible, has become the water you swim in, the air you breathe, the very substance of your existence in this timeless, perfect now. The night has entered its final phase, that mysterious hour before dawn when darkness reaches its deepest saturation and the world seems to pause, gathering itself for the transformation to come. The rain continues, softer now, definitely softer, though still present, still falling, still creating its endless white noise against the roof and the earth. But there's a different quality to it, a sense of completion, as though the storm has said what it came to say and is now simply maintaining a presence while preparing to depart. You remain in the chair, still deeply at rest, but more present now, more gathered, more concentrated into yourself. The hours of profound dissolution have passed, and you're reconstituting yourself gradually, remembering who you are, what you are, where you are. But this return to self is gentle, unhurried, allowing you to retain the peace you found in selflessness, while slowly rebuilding the structures of identity and personality that allow you to function in the world. Your body feels different than it did when you first sat down, hours and hours ago, in what seems like another lifetime. It feels lighter somehow, less burdened, as though rest has wrung out accumulated tensions and toxins the way you might wring water from a cloth. Your muscles are soft and supple rather than tight and armored. Your breath moves easily through your chest without any restriction or holding. Your mind, while beginning to think again, is clear and spacious rather than cluttered and frantic. Rest has worked its magic on you, has performed its healing alchemy, transforming exhaustion into restoration, weariness into renewal. The candle on the mantel is burning its last. The wax pool has shrunk to almost nothing, and the flame sits low, struggling slightly now, flickering more than it has all night. Soon, very soon, it will gutter out, will release its hold on existence, will complete its arc from new candle to melted wax to final darkness. You watch this impending ending with equanimity, with acceptance. Everything ends. The candle has burned well and long, has given all the light it had to give. Its ending is not a tragedy, but simply a completion, a natural conclusion to a task well done. The cabin is still dark, but your eyes have adjusted so completely that you can see more than you could earlier. You can make out the shapes of things, the rectangular bulk of the table, the vertical line of the ladder leading to the loft, the curve of the window frame. Nothing is clear or detailed, but forms emerge from the darkness, just enough to remind you that you're in a real space with real dimensions, not floating in some abstract void. The cabin is asserting itself again, claiming its presence, defining itself against the night. Your thoughts have taken on a more reflective quality now. You're thinking about the experience you've had tonight, about the journey you've taken from activity to rest, and now beginning the journey back. You're aware of how rare this is, how precious, these hours of complete rest, of total permission to do nothing but sit and listen to rain. Modern life rarely offers such opportunities. There's always something to do, somewhere to be, somewhere you should be productive or useful or engaged. But tonight, the storm gave you a dispensation from all of that, and you took it, and you're better for it. You think about what you'll carry back from this night. Not specific insights or revelations. The deepest rest doesn't work that way, doesn't produce ideas or solutions in any direct sense. But you'll carry back something more fundamental, the knowing, deep in your body, that rest is possible, that peace exists, that you can let go completely and trust that you'll be held, that the world will continue without your constant effort and vigilance. This knowing will stay with you when you return to your regular life, will be a resource you can draw on when stress builds and exhaustion threatens. You'll remember this night, this cabin, this rain, and you'll remember that rest is real and available and necessary. The rain on the window has decreased enough that you can see individual streams again rather than just a continuous sheet of water. Each stream wanders down the glass in its own path, following microscopic imperfections in the surface, merging with other streams and splitting apart again, creating an ever-changing map of water on glass. These streams catch what little light remains from the dying candle, transforming into thin lines of gold against the darkness, beautiful in their simplicity, in their pure following of physical laws. The forest outside is beginning to prepare for dawn in ways too subtle for you to consciously detect, but your body knows. There's something in the quality of the darkness, or the pattern of the wind, or the sound of the rain, that signals the approaching end of night. No visible change yet. The sky is still completely dark behind the clouds, and the sun won't rise for perhaps another hour or more. But the deep night is ending, that darkest before-dawn moment has passed, and now the world is tilting imperceptibly toward morning. You stretch very slightly, the first intentional movement you've made in hours. Just a small adjustment of your shoulders, a slight extension of your spine. Your body is stiff from sitting so long, but not painfully so. Just tight, compressed, ready to unfold. You don't stand yet. There's no need to rush, no reason to abandon rest entirely. But you're beginning to reconnect with your body as something that moves, that acts, that inhabits space in a dynamic rather than static way. Your feet are tingling now with the pins and needles sensation of circulation returning to areas that were compressed for too long. It's not entirely pleasant, but it's not terrible either. Just a sensation, a sign of life, of blood flow, of the body doing its work of maintaining itself. You flex your toes slightly, helping the process along, reconnecting with these distant parts of yourself that had become almost abstract during the deepest rest. The wool blanket feels heavier now, or perhaps you feel stronger, more capable of assessing weight and resistance. You could push it aside if you wanted to, could stand and move, could begin the process of returning to activity. But you don't want to, not yet. The rest still holds you, still claims you, still invites you to remain exactly where you are for a while longer. And you accept this invitation, honoring the rest even as you emerge from its deepest phases, recognizing that the transition from rest to activity should be gradual, gentle, respectful of what the body has been through. The rain has definitely lessened now. No question about it. What was a downpour has become a steady rain. What was a steady rain is becoming a light rain. The transition is still underway, still gradual, but the direction is clear. The storm is winding down, releasing its hold on the mountain, preparing to move on. By morning, it might have passed entirely, leaving behind only puddles and dripping trees and the memory of hours of falling water. Or it might linger, might maintain this light rain for hours more, gentle and persistent. Either way is fine. Either way, you'll be ready. The candle flame dips low, recovers, dips again. The wax is nearly gone now, and the flame is struggling to find fuel. You watch it struggle with a kind of tender attention, appreciating its persistence, its refusal to quit until there's literally nothing left to burn. The flame is doing what flames do, burning, giving light, transforming matter into energy, until it can't any more. There's something almost heroic about this simple persistence, this commitment to purpose until the very end. And then, quietly, without drama, the flame goes out. One moment it's there, small but present, and the next moment it's gone, leaving only a thin trail of smoke rising from the blackened wick. The cabin is darker now, not completely dark, because faint light is beginning to infiltrate from outside as dawn approaches, but darker than it was. You sit in this near darkness, unafraid, comfortable, at peace. The candle did its work. The darkness does its work now. Both are necessary. Both are right. Your breath continues its steady rhythm, slower than waking breath, but faster than the barely there breathing of deepest rest. You're in the middle ground, the transition space, neither fully asleep nor fully awake. And this middle ground is its own kind of gift, its own form of rest. You don't have to be in the deepest possible rest to benefit from rest. You don't have to be completely unconscious to heal and restore. This gentler rest, this twilight consciousness, is valuable in its own right, offering its own forms of renewal. You think about the mountain beneath you, solid and ancient, holding the cabin and holding you. The mountain doesn't rest. It simply is, constantly, permanently, existing in its mountainness without effort or striving. And yet there's something restful about it, something that teaches rest by example. The mountain doesn't rush. The mountain doesn't worry about being productive. The mountain just stands, year after year, century after century, being exactly what it is, doing exactly what it does. There's wisdom in this, you think. Wisdom you can carry with you. The rain patters on, lighter now, gentler, almost tender. It's transitioning from storm rain to morning rain, from the kind of rain that demands attention to the kind that simply accompanies, that creates atmosphere without dominating. This gentler rain is perfect for the approaching dawn, for the slow transition from night to day that's beginning to unfold. Everything is softening, easing, releasing intensity in favor of gentleness. And you soften with it, ease with it, release with it. Your jaw loosens even more than it already was. Your shoulders drop a final increment. Your hands unfold slightly, opening from their curled position. You're letting go of the last holdings, the final tensions, preparing yourself for the transition from rest to gentle activity, from sitting to eventually standing, from night to morning, from storm to calm. But not yet. Not quite yet. The rain still falls, lighter but present. The darkness still holds, thinning but real. And you still rest, gentler but continuing. There's no rush. There's time yet. The night has a little more to give, and you have a little more receiving to do, a little more rest to claim, a little more peace to absorb before you stand and stretch, and begin the process of returning to the world you left behind when you climbed this mountain, and found this cabin, and sat in this chair, and let the storm sing you into the deepest rest you've known in years. The rain falls. The darkness thins. The night prepares to release you. And you rest in the preparation, in the transition, in the gentle, gradual, perfectly paced emergence from rest's deepest depths back toward the surface of life, where activity and purpose and engagement wait for you. But wait patiently, knowing you'll return when you're ready, knowing that rest has made you stronger, clearer, more capable of meeting whatever comes next. The night holds you still. The rain sings on, and you rest in the turning, in the slow pivot from descent to ascent, from sinking to rising, from deepest night toward eventual dawn, though dawn is still far away, still on the other side of much darkness and rain and continued rest. The darkness is no longer absolute. Imperceptibly at first, Then, with growing clarity, a change is happening beyond the windows. Not light yet, not in any real sense, but a lessening of darkness, a thinning of the night's density. The sky, invisible behind its blanket of clouds, is beginning its slow transformation from black to charcoal to the deep grey that precedes dawn. The world is turning toward the sun, which still lies below the horizon, but whose approach is already being felt, already creating ripples of change in the quality of darkness. You sit in this changing darkness, more alert now than you've been in hours, but still deeply at rest, still held by the peace you've cultivated through the long night. Your eyes are open now. You're not sure exactly when you open them, but they're open, taking in the dim shapes of the cabin, the barely visible outlines of furniture and walls. The transition from eyes closed to eyes open happened so gradually, so naturally, that there was no moment of decision, no act of will. Your eyes simply opened when it was time for them to open, responding to some internal cue that registered the approaching dawn and the appropriate lessening of inwardness. The rain continues, but it's definitely light now, more mist than rain, more atmosphere than event. Individual drops are harder to distinguish. The sound has become more of a general whisper than a distinct percussion. The roof of the cabin is no longer being drummed upon, but rather caressed, gently touched by moisture that falls more softly than before. This softer rain is beautiful in its own way, different from the more assertive rain that dominated the night, but no less present, no less real. Your body is ready now, or beginning to be ready, for movement. The deep stillness that held you for so many hours is loosening its grip, not abandoning you but releasing you gradually, giving you permission to stretch, to shift, to begin reconnecting with your body as an instrument of action rather than simply a vessel for rest. You roll your shoulders slowly, feeling the joints move, the muscles engage. You turn your head from side to side, gentle movements that test your range of motion, that remind you what it feels like to be embodied, to inhabit space in 3 dimensions. The cabin is becoming more visible as dawn approaches. You can see the grain of the wood in the walls now, the individual planks that make up the floor, the texture of the leather chair you're sitting in. Details that were erased by darkness are returning, reasserting themselves, claiming their existence in space and time. The cabin is becoming itself again, transitioning from a dark womb of rest to a real place with characteristics and features and a particular presence. Through the window, you can see the first hints of the forest. Not clearly, the light is still too dim, the rain too present, but you can sense the trees out there, the dark verticals of their trunks, the mass of their branches. The forest that existed only as sound through the night is beginning to exist as sight again, beginning to make itself known visually as well as orally. The world is returning in layers, dimension by dimension, sense by sense. You think about standing, about moving from this chair where you've spent so many hours. The thought doesn't come with any urgency, any imperative. You could sit for another hour if you wanted to, could continue resting until full daylight arrives. But there's a natural rightness to the idea of standing now, of stretching your body, of beginning the gentle transition from rest to activity that needs to happen eventually, and might as well happen now, while the process can still be gradual and unhurried. But before you stand, you take a moment to appreciate where you are, what you've experienced. This night has been a gift of rest, of peace, of reconnection with something deep and essential that often gets lost in the busyness of ordinary life. You've touched something here, in this cabin, during this storm. Not something you can name or explain, but something real nonetheless, something that will stay with you, that will inform how you move through the world when you return to it. The rain has become so light now that you can hear other sounds emerging from beneath it. The drip of water from the eaves, yes, but also the stirring of wind in the trees, the distant rush of the creek, the occasional creak of the cabin settling. The rain's dominance is ending, and the ordinary sounds of the mountain morning are beginning to assert themselves, beginning to reclaim their place in the soundscape. You place your hands on the armrests and push yourself very slightly forward in the chair, testing your body, seeing how it responds. Your muscles are stiff, no question about that, but not painfully so. Just tight from disuse, compressed from sitting, ready to unfold and stretch and move. Your legs feel heavy, substantial, real in a way they didn't during the deepest rest when they had become almost abstract. They're your legs again, part of you, ready to hold your weight and carry you where you need to go. The wool blanket slides from your lap as you shift position, pooling on the floor beside the chair. You look at it with affection, with gratitude. This simple woven cloth has been your companion through the night, has kept you warm, has given you comfort, has been part of the cocoon of safety that allowed such deep rest. You'll fold it carefully when you stand, will drape it back over the chair for the next person who comes here seeking what you sought and found. The air in the cabin is cool now, cooler than it was with the blanket covering you, and you feel this coolness on your arms, your legs, your face. It's refreshing rather than uncomfortable, invigorating rather than chilling. The coolness tells you that you're alive, that you have a body, that you exist in a world where temperature matters and conditions change. After hours of existing in perfect warmth beneath the blanket, the coolness is a gentle wake-up call, a reminder that it's time to rejoin the world of sensation and variation and active engagement. You stretch your arms above your head, slowly, carefully, feeling your spine extend, your ribs expand, your shoulders open. The stretch feels extraordinary, almost overwhelming in its intensity. Your body has been compressed for so long that this simple expansion is like discovering space for the first time, like learning what it means to take up room in the world. You hold the stretch for a long moment, breathing into it, allowing your body to remember what it feels like to reach, to extend, to claim space. Then you release the stretch and lower your arms, and the movement leaves you feeling taller somehow, more open, more present. Your posture has improved just from this one stretch, your spine remembering its natural curves, your shoulders settling back into their proper position. Rest has been good for your body, you realize, not just mentally and emotionally, but physically. The hours of stillness have allowed your body to reset itself, to release habitual tensions, to find its natural alignment again. The light is growing steadily now, not quickly. Dawn is a gradual process, especially on an overcast day, but steadily. The grey beyond the window is lighter than it was 10 minutes ago, will be lighter still in 10 more minutes. The world is emerging from darkness, being born anew, as it is every morning, as it has been every morning since mornings began. And you're here to witness it, to be part of it, to experience this transition from night to day in this particular place at this particular time. You hear a bird call somewhere in the forest, the first bird you've heard all night. Just a single note, tentative, testing, as though the bird is checking to see if it's really time to start the day. No answer comes to that first call, and the bird falls silent again, waiting. But the fact that it called at all tells you that dawn is truly approaching, that the nocturnal world is preparing to yield to the diurnal world, that the shift is underway. Your breath has normalized now, returning to something close to your regular waking rhythm, perhaps 12 or 15 breaths per minute, easy and natural, requiring no attention or effort. Your heart rate has picked up as well, preparing your body for movement, for activity, for the gentle engagement that will come with standing and stretching and eventually stepping outside into the morning air to feel the soft rain on your face. But not quite yet. You remain in the chair for a little longer, honoring the rest even as you emerge from it, recognizing that these final moments of sitting are part of the experience, part of the journey. The transition from rest to activity should not be rushed. Your body needs time to adjust, to prepare, to gather itself for movement. And you need time emotionally as well, time to say goodbye to the night, to the storm, to the profound peace you found in this chair. You look around the cabin one more time, taking it in, memorizing it. The rough wood walls, the stone fireplace with its bed of cold ash, the simple table with its empty candle holders, the window with its view of the forest emerging from darkness, the ladder leading to the loft you never explored. This cabin has sheltered you well, has been exactly what you needed, has provided the perfect container for the rest you sought. You're grateful to it, to whoever built it, to whoever maintains it, to the simple fact of its existence here on this mountain. The rain is barely more than mist now, a presence in the air rather than a falling, a dampness rather than a downpour. The storm has nearly passed. It gave everything it had to give, hours of rain, endless white noise, the perfect conditions for rest, and now it's releasing its hold, moving on, allowing the morning to claim its rightful place. The storm did its work. You did yours. And now both of you are preparing to move forward, to continue your journeys, changed by the encounter, but ready for what comes next. You place your hands firmly on the armrests, preparing to stand. Your legs feel ready, your back feels ready, your whole body feels ready to move, to engage, to begin the gentle process of returning to activity. You take a deep breath, filling your lungs completely, then exhale slowly, releasing the last of the night's stillness, making room for the day's motion. And then, slowly, carefully, honoring your body's need for gentleness after so many hours of stillness, you begin to rise from the chair, leaving behind the deep rest of the night and moving toward the gentle engagement of the morning, carrying with you the peace you found, the restoration you received, the profound knowing that rest is real and necessary and always available when you create the conditions for it to occur. The rain whispers on. The light grows stronger. And you stand, finally, after hours of sitting, ready to meet the day that's dawning beyond the cabin door. The rain falls. The candle burns. The darkness slowly, imperceptibly begins to think about becoming less dark, though dawn is still far off, and you rest in the slow return, in the gentle ascent, in the gradual reweaving of self and world and time, taking your time, honoring the process, grateful for where you've been and at peace with where you're going. You stand now, your legs slightly unsteady at first, adjusting to bearing your weight again after so many hours of rest. The floor feels solid beneath your feet, reassuringly real, anchoring you to the earth after the floating, dreamlike quality of the night. You stand still for a moment, letting your body remember what it means to be vertical, to be upright, to occupy space in this standing way. Your spine lengthens. Your shoulders settle. Your head finds its balance atop your neck. You are standing, and standing feels like a revelation, like something new and wonderful rather than something you've done thousands of times before. The cabin around you is fully visible now in the growing dawn light. The grey light from the windows illuminates everything gently, without harsh shadows or stark contrasts. You can see the details you couldn't see in the darkness, the grain of the wooden table, the titles on the spines of books on the shelves, the pattern of stones in the fireplace. The cabin has returned to being a physical place with texture and detail and specific character. It's beautiful in its simplicity, you think. perfect in its plainness. You move slowly toward the window, your body remembering how to walk, how to shift weight from one foot to the other, how to move through space. Each step is deliberate, mindful, honoring the transition your body is making from stillness to motion. You're not rushing toward anything or away from anything. You're simply moving because movement is natural after stillness, because your body wants to move, because the morning invites you to engage with it. At the window, you look out at the forest. The rain is barely falling now, just the lightest mist, tiny droplets suspended in the air more than falling through it. The trees are visible, their dark trunks and branches emerging from the grey morning, still indistinct but present, real, claiming their place in the landscape. Everything is wet, glistening, saturated with the night's rain. The forest looks refreshed, renewed, grateful for the water it has received. The sky above the forest is a uniform grey, the clouds still present but lighter than they were, thinning perhaps, preparing to break apart and drift away. You can't see the sun. It's still below the horizon, still hidden behind the mountain and the clouds, but you can sense its approach in the growing light, in the gradual brightening of the world. Dawn is here, has arrived, is unfolding around you in its gentle, unhurried way. You place your hand against the window pane, feeling its coolness, feeling the tiny vibrations as raindrops hit it. The glass is a boundary between inside and outside, between warmth and cool, between you and the forest. But it's a permeable boundary, a transparent one, allowing you to see out while remaining sheltered, to be part of the morning while still being protected from it. This balance, between engagement and shelter, between participation and protection, feels right, feels like exactly where you need to be right now. You think about the night you've just passed, about the journey you've taken from evening to morning, from activity to the deepest rest and back toward activity again. It feels like much more than one night, like you've been on a much longer journey, like you've traveled to some distant place and are only now returning. And in a sense, you have. You've traveled deep into yourself, into consciousness, into the mystery of rest and restoration, and you've returned changed, renewed, carrying something precious back with you. The peace you found in the deepest part of the night is still with you. Not as completely, not as intensely. You're more awake now, more engaged, more in your ordinary consciousness, but it's still there, still present, a deep calm that underlies your waking awareness. You know now, in a way you didn't know before, that this peace is always available, always accessible, waiting for you whenever you create the conditions for it. It's not something special or rare or dependent on being in a remote cabin during a rainstorm. It's something fundamental, something built into your very nature, something you can touch whenever you stop and rest and listen and let go. This knowing is the gift the night has given you, not just the rest itself, though that was necessary and healing, but the remembering that rest is possible, that peace exists within you, that you can stop the constant doing and striving and simply be, simply exist, simply rest in the present moment. This remembering will go with you when you leave this cabin, will be there when you return to your regular life, will be a resource you can draw on whenever the world becomes too much and you need to find your center again. You turn from the window and look back at the chair where you spent the night. The leather still holds the impression of your body, the indentation where you sat for so many hours. The wool blanket lies pooled on the floor beside it. This chair held you well, you think. This cabin sheltered you perfectly. This night gave you exactly what you needed. You're grateful for all of it, for the storm that gave you permission to rest, for the cabin that gave you shelter, for your own wisdom in coming here, in seeking this, in allowing yourself to receive what you needed. You move to the blanket and pick it up, feeling its weight, its texture, its warmth. You fold it carefully, honoring it, thanking it silently for its service. Then you drape it over the back of the chair where you found it, arranging it so it's ready for the next person who comes here, the next soul seeking rest, the next traveler who needs shelter from a storm. You hope that person finds what you found, this deep peace, this profound rest, this reconnection with something essential that gets lost in the busyness of modern life. The cabin is as you found it, ready for the next visitor. The candles have burned down completely, their work done. The fire has gone cold, its heat given freely through the night. The chair waits, patient and accepting, ready to hold the next body that needs holding. Everything is as it should be, as it needs to be. Your presence here has been temporary, but it has been real, and it has been enough. You move to the door and place your hand on the handle. It's cool to the touch, reminding you that outside is cooler than inside, that stepping through this door will be a transition not just in space, but in sensation. But you're ready for it. Your body is awake now, warm from within, capable of maintaining itself in the cool mountain morning. You're ready to step outside, to feel the soft rain on your face, to breathe the rain-washed air, to say goodbye to the cabin and the night, and begin your journey back down the mountain to the world you left behind. But before you open the door, you pause. You take one last look around the cabin, this simple, perfect shelter that has been your refuge through the night. You breathe in its scent, wood smoke and beeswax and old wood and rain-dampened air. You listen to its sounds, the soft drip of water from the eaves, the creak of settling boards, the whisper of wind through the cracks. You feel its presence, solid, reliable, enduring, patient. This cabin will be here long after you're gone, sheltering others, providing refuge, being exactly what it is without effort or complaint. Thank you, you think, or perhaps you whisper. Thank you for the shelter. Thank you for the rest. Thank you for this night, this storm, this profound peace. The cabin doesn't answer. It doesn't need to. Its answer is in its existence, in its patient standing, in its constant offering of shelter to anyone who comes seeking it. You open the door slowly, and the cool morning air flows in, carrying with it the scent of rain and pine and wet earth. The sound of the forest enters too, the drip and patter of water falling from 10,000 branches, the whisper of wind through needles, the distant rush of the swollen creek. The world outside is awake, is wet, is renewed by the night's rain, and you're ready to step into it, to be part of it, to continue your journey. You step through the doorway onto the porch, feeling the cool air on your face, the dampness in the atmosphere. The rain is barely present now, just the finest mist, almost invisible but definitely there, touching your skin with the lightest of touches. You breathe deeply, filling your lungs with this clean mountain air, this rain-washed atmosphere. It tastes fresh and cool and alive. The forest stretches out before you, dark greens and browns emerging from the grey morning light. Water drips from every surface, creating a constant background percussion that's softer than the rain, but no less present. The world is saturated, soaked, heavy with moisture, and it's beautiful, extraordinarily beautiful in its wetness, its aliveness, its renewal. You close the cabin door behind you gently, honoring the space one last time. Then you step off the porch onto the wet gravel, feeling the slight crunch beneath your feet, feeling the solidity of ground after the long night of sitting. You're back in the world now, back in motion, back in your body moving through space and time. But you're different than you were when you arrived. Rested, restored, renewed, carrying peace within you like a candle flame sheltered from the wind. The path down the mountain beckons, winding away through the trees, disappearing into the forest. Eventually you'll take that path, will make your way back down to your car, will drive back to the valley, will return to your life. But not yet. For now, you stand here in the soft morning rain, letting it touch your face, your hands, your hair. You stand and breathe and feel and simply exist in this moment, this perfect, rain-soft, morning-quiet moment. The storm has passed, or nearly so. The night has ended, or nearly so. The rest is complete, or nearly so. But the peace remains, deep and abiding, woven now into the fabric of who you are. You carry it with you as you stand in the morning mist, as you breathe the mountain air, as you prepare to begin your journey home. The rain whispers its final benediction. The forest breathes around you. The mountain holds you one last time. And you stand, renewed and grateful and at peace, ready to return to the world, carrying with you the gift of this night, the memory of deep rest, the knowing of profound peace, the understanding that sometimes the most important thing you can do is nothing at all except sit in a chair in a cabin on a mountain and listen to the rain fall while your body and mind and soul restore themselves in the darkness. The night is over. The morning has come, and you are ready. Rest well, traveler. The rain has blessed you. The mountain has held you. The cabin has sheltered you. And now you carry that blessing, that holding, that shelter within you, wherever you go. May you rest well always. May you find shelter in every storm. May you remember, when life becomes too much, that peace is always available, always waiting, always ready to receive you when you create the conditions for it to arrive. The rain falls softly. The morning brightens. And you stand at peace, ready for whatever comes next.